Yeah, I think you give us a trick question.
All right. Well, everybody, welcome aboard. We are now live. We are waiting. We are waiting on our guest, Bono Russell, and I don't know where he is. I don't think no one knows where he is. He may be having technical difficulties like I was yesterday. I wasn't able to have the show yesterday because of technical difficulties. Um, going to do. We're going to start with some open discussion. Maybe some random talking. And I'm gonna let Fred talk about his day today and what he got involved in and what happened with him. So, till our guest arrives, go ahead, Fred, take it away.
Okay. Uh,
Go ahead,
thank you.
Fred.
Thank you. Now, I tried to go out today, and what I've been doing, I got my research area set up in grids. Like
Mm,
Turkapin is grid 1, Mill Creek is grid 2, the Apple Orchard is grid 3, all the way so and so up like that. It's like every 40 acres or something like that. But today I went up to the Apple Orchard, and I decided to do a walk around or walkabout. And I seen a sign that said DP10. I didn't know what it was. Then I started looking at the map, and what it is, they're going to have a burn restriction, which the purpose of it is to get the pines to in other words, get rid of all the debris and stuff to give the trees some breathing room, to grow, because we got a lot of pine thickets in my neck of the woods. But anyway, I went on back there and I started looking at structures. Um, I had something follow me. I don't know what it was, but when I'd walk fast, it would walk fast. When I walk slow, it would walk slow. Every once in a while, I would stop in mid-step, and I would hear one or two steps past that. So I can't say what it is, but I found some very interesting structures that was in the thickets. I found a miniature tent structure. Oh, it was a bunch of trees kind of pulled together all to one tree, and they was all intertwined all the way around it, about 5 foot up. It was intertwined all the way around. And I found another tree. It was a dead oak tree about 21 feet up in the air, laying in a fork of a big oak. I can't figure out how that one goes. But there's a lot of good stuff up in there. And I try to tell people, if you want to learn exactly how Sasquatch communicates with its kind and in nature, look at the structures. Look how they bend them. Look how they twist them. How they use them. And usually, if you look to see that, look on the ground, and you will see what I found today. I found two little sticks that was like this, and another one that was made look like an A, but it was under and over at the where the letter where the cross goes across the A. I found a letter. It looked like an F. I found one that looked like a C and one looked like a D. Now I don't know if it's alphabetical. I don't know if they're using alphabetical letters or what. But I find that kind of interesting. And the tracks I followed today was about 8.5 to 9 inches long and about 6 inches wide, which is pretty interesting. But it took me a while to follow them, because I'm in leaves and everything. And one of the trails I followed come out behind my camp, because I followed it for about a mile, and it come out right behind my camp. Matter of fact, it went right to my camp and everything. Then that's where I made that. That's where I made the video about the camping spots in my area. And when I come out the other side, I looked at the in the sand in the gravel, and what do you know? There was a footprint right there, the exact same one. So it's kind of baffling. I know they're traveling. I know they look for food sources. because you got the crawdads and everything that's in the creeks. You got minnows and stuff like that. I found out today that they just stocked all the streams on national forests with natives, rainbows, a few tiger trout. Corey, have you ever seen a tiger trout?
No, I haven't.
It's a trout that looks like a tiger. It's got tiger stripes on it. They call it a tiger. It's a West Virginia native fish.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you go to Daniel, if you go to the upper Lake of Sharonda, you can catch them up there. You can catch them up
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, my father. He told me he heard they just stocked too, because he's been up at Elkhorn all day today. So.
Well, actually, they started before they stocked the major lakes like Lower Sharonda, Upper Sharonda, Elkhorn. I don't know if they still do Tams Lake or not, but and Stanton Dam they don't stock, but there have been trout caught out of there. What they do is they stock all the streams first, then they go to the lakes and stock them. Now years ago we used to follow the stocking trucks. Now all you gotta do is just call and they'll tell you what days they're doing it, so you can still follow them, but you gotta get the information and everything first. You know. So, all right, so you got the fish in there. All right, like I said, we got blueberries. All right, you got sassafras. You got the roots. You can make sassafras tea with the roots. You can take the roots, skin them, boil them, crush them up in the broth of it, and use that to put on your toothache. It gets rid of a headache. It gets rid of your stomach ache. The little berries on them. You can even get high. It's called a nature high. It doesn't affect humans, but it does affect animals. I've seen a fox eat some berries one day off down sassafras tree. He looked like he was on acid. He was just he was, man. He was just going off. You know, he'd bouncing up and down. He'd bounce off of trees, you know. And he disappeared, you know. I don't know what happened to him at that, but it's like a natural high for him, you know. It's like us eating mushrooms. One of the best mushrooms we got in the area is called morels. Those are hard to find, and when you do find them, if you find them and sell them, you can get about $8 a pound for them, or more than that, and everything. So you know, but they got got a lot of food source, you know, and pines. You got white pine, you got bull pine in them. You can eat the seeds. You can take the stem, the green stem on the bull pine or the white pine, and boil that up and make a natural tea out of it. A pine is what they call a pine tea. It don't taste that good, but it's got nutritional values to it. That's something else people don't realize, you know. There's a certain tree, a spruce tree. You can take a knife and cut out a section. Just take a knife, and just kind of pull the outside layer off, and on the inside, right up against, it's like the tissue that holds your muscles in place. Well, you can take that tissue off that tree and roll it up and cut it up and put it in little baggies and use them for aspirin. Actually, they work better than Advil or Motrin or Bear aspirin. Don't taste that good, but it gets rid of it real quick.
Cool.
You know, and yeah, and the laurel brush. You could take the seeds, the seeds that are in the flowers, the little buds, boil them up, and put sugar in it, and freeze it, and make a lollipop out of it. It's
Interesting.
yeah, you know, but that's everything. You know, a Squatch, you know, they know what to eat, what not to eat, what to use, medical purposes. That's why I started following the directionals. Like that day I had you up there at Bald Mountain. I said, look at this. It was a tree that had 4 little X's and then a one big stick going in one direction.
Right.
Okay. I found 2 of those one day. First one I found, I followed it. It took me to a natural spring. It was just a hole in the ground, and you had spring water coming up through the ground. Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
I was gonna say I posted some pictures. I shared them to Glenn's messenger so I could pull them up and share them. It's just a
okay.
few things. Today I didn't really come across too much today. I mean, considering all the hiking and
Yeah,
I went pretty deep, but I did find a few interesting things.
yeah.
A couple interesting structures, give or take a few breaks. I did see a lot of bear sign, raccoon, deer, bear. And then I did come across a squash track. It was pretty, I don't know how, I'm not sure. I have to double check, but I'm not sure how the picture came out. But I was going to share a few things with you. This first picture I'm going to screen share with everybody. It looks like an X, but on camcorder I got it. I'm pretty sure I got it at a couple different angles because I wanted to let everybody see the whole thing around because it appears as an X maybe in this one image, but it's
Hey,
actually
Bono.
it's
Hey,
actually like a big giant teepee structure. All right, we got Bono. Now
good
we're in
evening.
business. All right, yeah, I know these links could be stubborn sometimes getting situated.
Yeah. No, I actually had to download the app. So
Oh, okay. Oh, the Hangout app, or
yeah, I wasn't too stupid to figure that out.
oh man, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a plugin because I know when I first got started doing these, I had to go through and add a plugin to something. Like usually the system automatically would do it if you click allow and all that good stuff. So,
You're right.
so. Okay, well, yeah, we were just having a random open discussion and everything. Kind, I was about to share a few pictures, but now we got actually. I think the rest of the viewers followed you on here, Bono.
Yeah. I got a few IMs before I was actually, plugged in. So
Okay.
they were waiting for my ugly mug to show up. Here I am.
All right. Well, I know a lot of people are familiar with your super trivia. We're gonna get into that here in a little while. I wanted to talk about Mojo. Now,
Mhm.
I mean, I believe I have an idea what Mojo is. I've had a few other people ask, "Well, what's Mojo?" If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's a name for another name or a nickname for Bigfoot or creatures. Or I was wondering if you want to kind of let us get into that, and if you want to go ahead and break that down and explain to us what Mojo is, and maybe share a story or two with us with that.
Oh, sure. Well, Mojo actually, if you look it up in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, it actually means a spell or a hex
Okay.
associated with a witch or something like that. But then there's other definitions. The predominant definition, as far as where origins, where the word came from, supposedly it come from the Middle Ages, from when everybody's practicing witchcraft and all this stuff. It
Hmm.
is supposed to be a hex or spell only performed by a warlock or a wizard, and a hex
Hmm.
that is a spell that's associated with some sort of pendant or a charm or something like that. And we don't really know what that is. It's just kind of something you can't prove. So, and it's a masculine word. So, that's kind of what I call Bigfoot, because we don't know what it is. I mean, we know what it is. We got an idea what it is. We can't prove it. So I just call it a mojo.
Okay. That's
If
pretty
that makes
interesting.
sense to you. And
Yeah.
I'm not doing drugs, okay? Just just telling you, it's just kind of a nickname I have for Sasquatch. So, you know.
Right. Okay. So now you have a series you do a series of encounters with Mojo.
hmm
All right. Now how often do you do that every week? Is it, I
Once
mean
a
just
week.
once a week?
Yep,
Okay.
every Sunday night.
Okay. Now if any of your encounters are they like recent, fresh, or are they like just stories that you've been collecting to share?
Well, I'm looking at recording either late tonight or tomorrow around sometime afternoon. Got a gentleman named Norman Allen coming on. He's had a few encounters in Georgia. And the
Hmm.
following week, I got let's see, I got Tim Cassidy coming on. He used to be a park ranger, and he's got some good stuff. And then I'm planning on bringing the girls back. Our rock stars with Shannon LeGros uh,
Oh.
and Miss Ramona Bell coming back. Ramona's got quite a few stories, and Shannon too. We got some things to discuss. And oh yeah, I got a lineup, man. I don't have any trouble filling the spot, booking a show, man. But I've been lucking out pretty much. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I know of Shannon LeGros. I never, I do believe I have her on my Facebook, and
Mhm.
I just never really got to chat. Get to really know them.
Yeah.
So okay. I know some of the people on the panel. I know they got questions. I don't know if it's too early to throw any questions out there or get them to share anything yet before we go any further. I don't know. I was gonna start on my panel here. Corey, I'm gonna start with Corey. If there's anything you want to ask or maybe even comment on, because I know everyone's familiar with Bono. Everyone's sees his links, his shows. Um, but yeah, did you have anything you wanted to ask Bono?
At this time, no, I don't.
Okay. How
Then
about you,
don't
Fred?
ask me, man. Don't ask me. I'm kidding.
What about you, Fred?
Um,
Fred's always
okay,
got questions.
okay. All right, let me ask you this, Bono. I've been following you for a little while, but I still don't know much about you. One question is, are you in? What's your theory on Bigfoot? I mean, nobody else's opinion, just your opinion. What's your thoughts on what you think Bigfoot is?
What I think it is, or whether or not I think it's real, or
I think all the above is a good one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just you, your personal self.
okay. Well, I'm coming to the conclusion that it is a flesh and blood creature. Um, I think that it must have some sort of seventh sense, or sixth sense, maybe a seventh sense.
That I'll
Yeah,
agree with you
we
on.
have five.
Right.
Okay.
Mm.
Is it? I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm a Christian man, and I do believe there's some sort of remnant giant running around, but I'm not quite sure if it is. That's what Bigfoot is. I'm not, because it may have, like I said, it may have a sixth sense, but I can't put it in a category with. To me, it's becoming more and more of a known creature because it leaves behind evidence everywhere.
Exactly.
It leaves
Right.
behind structures. It leaves behind shelters. It leaves behind scat, poo, everything.
Hmm.
Um, you could smell its hiss. Come on, man. Why? And then someone asked me that before. Well, do you think there are like aliens who,
No.
you know, yeah. Why would an alien run around and waste his time in a Bigfoot suit and spend all that time out in the wilderness and when he could just be flying around in some posh spacesuit, man.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't make any sense. So to me, I think it is very real creature. It's undiscovered, and the reason for that is because of its stealth, because of its incredible abilities, almost supernatural abilities, because it has, I believe, more than five senses,
Hmm.
and it has some sort of powers as far as evasion. I've picked out quite a few Sasquatch and Connie Fox's pictures, and other people too. In Bono's Bigfoot Tavern, they like to post their pics of known squatchy type areas and stuff. And
Right.
I know that you can pick them out, man. They usually don't hang out any closer than maybe 40, 45 yards.
Yeah. Now I tell
But
you.
if they're around and they're looking at you, they watch you from the minute you hit those woods.
Yep.
They're watching you unless you catch them off guard, which
Yep.
actually most encounters happen when you catch them off guard. But
Yeah.
a lot of times, most of the time, they watch you. They see you first. You don't even know it. It's like
Exactly.
talking to Bill Saltman. He's like, man, how come I'm usually pretty sharp when I go in the woods, man. They didn't notice me. I know that I usually notice them first. I'm like, no, man. They know you. They know you there before you know it.
Yeah.
So,
Now, yeah, like I tell people, like the ones I caught, they know the sound of my Jeep.
hmm
They know exactly when they hit the woods.
right.
Now the adults are very elusive.
Yeah.
They're experienced. They know how to hide. The juveniles is ones I have fun with
Right.
because they do a great job at stealthing, but they always give themselves away, and
Right.
they're very extremely fast. I
It,
got a I got a clip on the video. Um, I caught it out of the corner of the eye, and the camera caught a little bit of it. It went from left to right. Now
uh-huh.
I thought it was a crow, but then I slowed it down on my video, and it wasn't a crow. It was from the top of the shoulders up.
Right.
It looked like you stuck a dynamite up his rear end and lit it. And how fast he
Yeah.
was.
Well, and
That's how fast. Yeah,
that could be part of that extra sense or extra ability
exactly.
or his musculature, and its spine is probably built like an accordion. You ever wonder how a damn mouse can fit through a tiny slit underneath the door?
Yeah, like I say, if they can get their head through there, they can get their body through there.
And you're looking at the damn thing, it's three-dimensional, it's got flesh and blood and hair. And
Yeah. Uh-huh.
how can this thing and be faster than a cockroach?
Mm.
You know what I mean? So I mean, have you ever caught a mouse, a clear picture of a mouse taking off running? No,
Yeah.
you're not gonna get one. It's gonna be blurry, man.
Yeah.
So, and that's where all the complaints come in about blurry pictures. Dude, they move so damn fast
That's
that it's something that you can't comprehend.
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's a good point. That's a very good point.
And
That's
most
why
people
some
are
people
unprepared. It happens
have
so fast.
an encounter and they don't even know it. They won't remember it, maybe piece by piece. It'll take a couple of months. You know what? I really did see that, man,
I mean,
So,
I got videos of squatches, but I mean, I had two of them at 10 feet to the right of me that I'd never seen before. Daniel showed them to me, but they were weird looking because the one on top looked like a skeleton's face, and the one on the bottom had nothing but hair on his face.
mm,
That's the clearest one I've got, and I never did know he was there. But I've seen squatches that had hair on their face. I've seen squatches that didn't have hair on their face. In '81, I had one come out and stand 5 feet in front of me. Do you know what his
right.
face? Do you know what his face looked like?
Who's that?
A human.
Really? Yeah. I've heard that too.
Yeah. So they're a very fascinating creature. And I tell people, nobody is an expert on Bigfoot, and nobody will really understand them,
No,
flat out.
no. The ones. I mean, I've actually finally got to have a glimpse of one. The last time I went by my daddy. He lives around a heavily wooded area,
Right.
and I've been taking pictures and trying to gather evidence in the area. Some strange things around there, some prints and some boat over trees and things like that. And I finally caught a glimpse of one. And this sucker looked like it had a mullet, man, and he didn't have any hair on his face. His skin was like Play-Doh. Not Play-Doh, like plumber's putty.
Exactly.
Plumber's
Exactly.
putty, like it was that color. It was gray.
Yeah.
That son of a bitch, he was ugly.
Oh.
And he was speaking at me by a tree like this, and he caught a glimpse of him, and he kind of went, huh, huh, and it, pew, he was
Oh,
gone.
you're lucky. Oh, you're lucky.
Lucky
Now,
that scared the shit out of me, man.
now Daniel's area, when me and he was up there, I decided to let out a yell one day. I said, let's try this. And I went, hey! I guarantee you within 30 yards, we got a right back at me 20
Really?
seconds later. Scared the, I mean, it didn't scare me, but it surprised me. Well, you know,
Right.
my area, they're quiet. Daniel's area, they're very, now we're in the same neck of the woods, but 30 miles apart.
Mm-hmm.
And his are vocal and mine ain't. That's something else I can't figure out about them, you know. But they are a very elusive creature, and they're very, very, very intelligent.
Oh yeah.
Well, to me, that kind of begs a question, if I may. Uh,
Yeah.
you know, you hear people that have multiple encounters over a long period of time, and I see them all the time. And come to my area, there's Bigfoots here. Why is it we don't have any good, definitive pictures or video of a Bigfoot?
Well, it's like I was saying, is they're so damn fast. People don't realize the magnitude of their how fast they are and how fast they can evade the human eye.
And how,
Like
yeah,
you got to go
how
back.
good they can hide.
Right, and then the lighter colored ones blend in great. They get away with murder. I mean, but even the black ones, and most of them are black. Most of them are black or dark brown, and they can hide just as well. Not out in the open. That's the belly crawlers, man.
Uh
Uh, they can get in a dark pit, in some thick woods and do a pretty damn good job of evading the human eye. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Now in my area, all right, I got a lot of. I live inside the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia, a big salad bowl, and
Hmm.
we got laurel brush, and I've walked right by them before, and they would be standing there, and I'd never seen them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, hey, like what you were talking about, how they're fast, and then what made you think, what made me think of bring this up, when you were mentioning the colors, how they're black and some dark brown. Well, today when I was on the woods, and I think this is a good example because a lot of times, a lot of people know I compare Sasquatch, Bigfoot to our known primates. I also compare them to our known black bears. Now, I came across some fresh black bear sign,
Mm-hmm.
some black bear sign that where they dig into they're looking for grubs and tearing up the bark in the trees. Well, I walked up on some that had just got done doing it. Now, apparently, I was pretty close to that black bear, and I didn't see nothing. I mean, I was hearing things here and there in the woods, but couldn't make nothing out. What could have been deer, could have been squirrels. I seen a few squirrels, but so it's like if I was that close to a black bear, never knew he was there because I seen a lot of tracks today, and like I said, the fresh signs. I mean, what I found would just got done happening, but that goes to show you how close I was. But you know, they were gone that quick. So I
Yeah.
mean, I
Yeah.
think black bears and squashers are very similar in that sense. And black bears, we know black bears are jet black, from our visibility. So I don't know that. I mean, that's what like I said, that's what makes me compare. Because they have a lot of similarities, especially their tracks. Of course, their tracks are often misidentified. Sometimes to some people, but so.
Right.
Oh, wait a minute, we got a
But that
question
brings
here.
up the point of, with black bears, people see black bears and have pictures and video of black bears.
Uh-huh.
People have pictures of picture cats and raccoons and squirrels and basically every other thing that lives in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it just seems kind of odd. We have pictures of everything else that lives in the woods, but we don't have any good definitive pictures
Yeah.
or video of a
Well.
Sasquatch. As fast as they might be, deer are awfully fast, but we have pictures of deer on game cams, and I don't know how many hundreds of Bigfoot researchers there are in North America with game cameras out there with their cell phones, with video cameras, with regular picture cameras, but yet we have nothing definitive. Now, does that bother anybody other than me that we don't have any good?
I think we actually do have some good and pretty definitive pictures. They're out there, but they're being torn apart and
Exactly.
ridiculed as phony or fake
Yep.
because
Well,
nobody can have a picture that clear. Oh, come
but,
on. You
but
just
I have
bitching about the
the thing
freaking
is with
the
me is, I've
blurriness.
said this before. My
You
standard is
know,
that you should be able to go take a picture of, and I mentioned this before in one of the other chats we had. You should be able to go out in the woods and take a picture of a wild turkey and show it to 10 people and ask them, what's in this picture? All 10 should be able to say, that's a turkey.
right?
But when it comes to pictures of Bigfoot, you could take a picture. This is a Bigfoot in this picture. Show it to 10 people. Somebody's going to say it's a blob. It's a
Yeah,
shape.
it's a fake.
So that's definitive to me, where everybody can say, oh, it's obviously, well, a Bigfoot, whether it's fake or not, it's a humanoid Bigfoot-like creature, and we just don't seem to have that.
All right,
Can you hear me? Am I muted?
because a lot of people that I hear that look at my picture say, "Oh, it's pareidolia." Okay, so in other words, you're telling me your mind cannot comprehend what you're looking at, so you call it pareidolia. That way, you hope the conversation ends.
Because it's easy to say that. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
no, to me, what pareidolia is that what it is your mind has a natural
Yeah.
reaction to look at something that's indiscriminate and make
And
a known shape, like looking at a cloud. You can look at a
yeah,
cloud and go, that looks like a unicorn. That
your
looks
mind
like
does that naturally. It tries to make sense
it
out
looks
of
like a pattern.
something that's nonsensical.
I don't think it's being dismissive to show a picture of an indiscriminate, somewhat humanoid shape in the woods and say, "Well, that's pareidolia," and I'm just dismissing what you have. Again, to me, is if it was definitive, you couldn't dismiss it as pareidolia. You could
Exactly.
say that's a humanoid. It's got
But
a face, it's got arms, it's got two legs. Most
but
of the stuff I see is roughly human shaped, but
but
definitive
when
enough.
yeah, when you take and show someone a picture of a Sasquatch, and they say, "Oh, it's this, that, the other," then you ask them, "Have you ever seen one before?" No. Then how can you tell me that it's not a Sasquatch? If you've never seen one, how can you tell me it's not one?
Yeah, but the thing is if it's not detailed enough. That's what I'm saying. If it's not
Yeah,
detailed
but
enough, if you can't
but
see facial features, arms, legs, fingers.
or as we've discussed, not to cut you off, but as we have discussed amongst us before, if it's a clear picture, then it's obviously a hoax, and if it's a blurry picture, then it's obviously a hoax or a stump. So
Yeah.
you're screwed
No.
either way.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me all right?
You
My
know,
mind's
really.
muted over here.
Yeah, but the thing is I've noticed in my years of being involved with this is if it's a clear enough picture, then it begs discussion, and people will discuss it. Where if it's an indiscriminate brown, roughly humanoid shaped blob in the woods, then it's usually dismissed out of hand because it can be dismissed out of hand. I've seen some pictures where I said to myself, "Wow, that's pretty damn good," but then somebody goes and finds a picture of a Bigfoot suit, and it's a dude in a Bigfoot suit in that picture.
Mhm.
So clear pictures, I think, are better. I don't think they can be automatically dismissed, but I think the better the picture, the more you have to analyze it, the more you have to discuss. I just
Right.
don't like pictures that are, well, it could be. To me, that's not definitive enough. It could be, yes, it maybe, maybe not, but show me a good, clear picture. I'll look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But I think where the problem is that a lot of Bigfoot researchers think that if they show a clear picture, everybody's just going to go, "Oh my God, it's a hoax!" right off the top. It's a hoax. It has to be because it's a good clear picture. Where I think
Well, it happens so
look
much.
at it and say, "Okay, let me see what I think," and they'll look at that picture with more of a discerning eye than, again, a brown blob in the woods. Because I think anytime anybody who spent time in the woods knows that you look off in the woods, you can take a picture any time of the day when you're in the woods. Take a snapshot, and you'll find something in that picture that looks vaguely humanoid. And it seems like that's what a lot of these Bigfoot pictures are. Vaguely humanoid, dark, often too far off in distance. So to me, to present something that's not somewhat definitive is almost a waste of time. But that's just my opinion.
Can I?
Right.
I have a comment before we move on, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking about, we have pictures of all the other animals in the woods and whatever, and trail cams, that kind of thing. For one thing, I do think that cameras put off a buzz that Sasquatch can hear, and I think the other animals probably can hear it too. But are the other animals would be different, not as intelligent, and as a Sasquatch, and not care so much if they hear a buzz. They're still gonna
You're
walk
right.
on by.
You're right. Because they survive by what? Evading the human eye. So
Exactly,
how
and
these things stay alive.
But see, to me, that's kind of saying that Bigfoot knows what game cameras are.
Yeah,
We don't know
I
what,
think
they
they
do.
do.
we don't know what a Bigfoot's basic diet is. We don't know what their
Sure we do.
mating season is. We don't know how many offspring they get. But yet we're going to assume that, oh, they know what cameras are. To me, it
Right.
Well, they have. They have. Speaking of senses, they've got to have enhanced smell, enhanced eyesight,
Yep.
and we as humans feel funky if there's something odd around. Your dog can tell if there's something odd around. Bigfoot could too. If you are walking through the woods, maybe getting
All right.
that scent,
yeah,
there's
Fred,
something
all right.
around.
Fred asked me to share this. He wants to use this to make a point. Go ahead, Fred.
I
Okay.
see it.
Okay, now, if you look over here on top,
Mm-hmm.
inside the square, you see a skeleton on top. You see the
Mm-hmm.
brow, you see the head, the brow line, your eyes, the nose, yeah.
Yep.
And right down below it, you've got another one. But look at
Mm-hmm.
the hair on it. Now see, that was 10 feet to my right. Now, when you look at the photograph, it's clear, but on here it's not clear. So I can show you and say, all right, this is two squatches. What do y'all see?
see, to me that looks
See
like
one face.
pareidolia. It
Okay.
looks like if you have a better picture, I'd like to see it. But to me, that looks like I said. I think you could go out in the woods at any time and take a picture of just a stand of trees and come up with something that looks like a face or a skull or a Bigfoot or a demon. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is. Again,
No,
that's pareidolia.
I think that thing probably moved so fast it left behind that image to the camera. Now I've seen pictures from the Navajo people out somewhere. I ain't gonna say, somewhere in Four Corners, where this man's having trouble with a lot of them coming up to his trail and all this stuff. And I've seen this incredible picture of, you can clearly see one behind his truck, like 9 foot tall. There
Yeah.
was another one in the forefront that noticed the man looking out the window, and it moved so fast, and he was there. He said that thing disappeared like nothing. It was like a camera trick. Well,
Yeah.
the snapshot left behind nothing but a streak, and you could see the shadow of the thing, the arms, the head, and it left behind this image that's very hauntingly similar to what you're showing me, what you call a skeleton face.
Yeah. Now, even though that was 10 foot from me, I
Right.
never knew it was
That's a
there.
distorted image that the
Right.
camera that the camera picked up. That is not a clear picture of what's actually, sitting there, standing there, whatever.
But let
Right.
me get this straight, Fred. You took this picture. You didn't know there was anything in the picture.
No,
Now,
wait.
I was going to mention real quick in the defense of this photo. There's two things I can mention right offhand that make this a little distorted. For one thing, this actually came from a video off of one of Fred's videos. It's actually a still shot. On top of that, it's actually he took the picture from off his computer screen. So if you look close, you can see the lines from the monitor screen. So
Yeah, cause see, I had to, I was looking for deer kill, and I had the camera pointing to the right. And it was just like here, like this here, and I heard something to the left, so I turned my head, and I turned back around. I just went on about my normal day. And when I got back home and downloaded the video, I sent Daniel the video, and he said, "Look at this." I said, "Where'd you get that at?" He said, "Off your video." I went, "Huh?" So I went back to that spot, and that's what I got on my video. So I can't say it definitely is a squatch or two of them. All I can say is that's what I caught. And the
But
camera,
you know what?
and
That
the camera.
squatch is in a tree structure.
No, what he is, the bank goes down this way because I got my brother to stand in the same spot, and he had to
Okay.
take a 3-foot stick and put his hat on it and hold it up over his head just to get to the top of the laurel brush.
What I'm saying is, with the branches leaning, and I'm sure you checked that out, was that weather, or did that look like it was intentional? Because there's 3, 4, 5 branches leaning.
Well, I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down in a bunch of laurel thickets.
Okay, so it might not have been a tree structure.
No, I was in a laurel brush, and I was just panning, and I stopped at the right, and I turned my head to the left. So but it's a lot of pictures like that people misidentify. To me, yeah, it looks like squatch. It looks like a young one and an adult. But one thing I can say is I have a boatload of juveniles in my area, so the juveniles I can catch on video and on pictures. The adults are the ones I can't. Because today, like what Bono was saying, they're so fast. Because that one I caught that day, the camera caught it, but all I got was a glimpse of it out of my eye, and it was like that quick, and it went. So when I slowed it down to 0.25, then it showed from the top of the shoulder up, and it was going like it was kind of like right here, and it's kind of going like around a bend on a ridge, But that's how fast it was, and I never heard a thing. And we're in leaves, pine needles, and broken limbs.
Hey, Bono, I got a question from the live chat for you. Okay. Hey, Bono, are you there?
Yeah, I just this instant message thing's driving me nuts. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I got a question from the live chat from Mr. Bill Saltman. He's asking, how many times have you found things in people's pictures that were posted on the tavern that people didn't see before?
I can't count. I don't have enough fingers and toes.
Oh, wow.
And I've gotten ridiculed in my own group for that, but not too much. I mean, Bono's Bigfoot Tavern is narrowing down to people with common sense, so I'm pretty comfortable pointing out things, and it's Connie Fox's area is seething.
Oh, she's in a hotspot period. I mean,
my God, man!
Hey, it's Kentucky. Kentucky's
insane.
Like, wow.
Yeah, you see, that's where Ramona and Shannon had their encounter. And it didn't happen in one instant. Them things were chiming and making noises all night, man. So
yeah,
it's a great place to go.
Yeah, have you seen her? Some of her recent ones. She's actually got some real good, clear track details, and even in the ground, the impressions. Not just the impressions, but you could actually see the outline of the foot.
Connie's area, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of leaf litter around her area, but
that makes it tough most of the time.
Yeah. Some of them are so big and heavy, it doesn't matter.
Right.
You don't need a leaf blower, man. Some footprints are there, like an inch deep, man.
Now, this gal you're talking about, that she's had, regular activity in her area. If you have any good clear pictures or video.
Well, she shows she goes out, she takes pictures of a lot of possible structures. She kind of does like what I do. If I see something that's interesting, regardless if it's either weather or a bear might have done it, whatever. So some of the formations she shows are pretty interesting. Most of her, she has a couple of videos, but nothing major.
She actually has one video where she actually caught one.
Oh.
Walking a structure she was coming upon. She was in an area where there was this whole field of branches, 5-10 foot branches laying in the leaves in a stretch of about 90 something yards. She's walking through it, and I mean it looked like a construction area, and then there's this structure way at the end, and she's walking upon it, and while she's complaining about the cold, this thing pops out, walks around the structure, very quickly to remain hidden. She's probably thinking, here comes Connie with the damn cell phone again, but she actually has it on video, and I actually pointed it out to her. So I don't know what she's done with it. She really needs to have it looked at and enhanced and slowed down.
I was going to say, is there a way that we could see that video?
I don't know about tonight, but maybe we can get it ready for maybe next weekend or the following weekend. Maybe we actually get Connie on the show, but she would have to actually, upload the video somehow, or send it to you, Daniel.
If she could get it on YouTube, I could pull it up where we could all watch it right here live.
And she has a YouTube channel. I don't know if she uploaded it there or not.
Okay.
And I don't know if she's listening to me right now. Connie, if you're listening to me, you actually had the video uploaded to your YouTube account, send me an instant message back, and we will get Daniel to look at it. It's a very interesting video. And it's the very first video of a Sasquatch, actually.
Ooh.
Cool.
Yeah, because I'd like to see it. I'm open, and I'm willing to look at whatever anybody has. I'd like to see it. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, Bobby. How do you pronounce Bobby's last name? Bobby Reach.
Rick.
Rick. Okay, I thought it was like Reach because it had a CH in it. Okay. Because first she says first he said I haven't seen that video, and then Lon Rogers said what's up? What's her? Lon Rogers is asking what's her YouTube name? Maybe it's under her name.
I don't know offhand. I really don't offhand. Bill, if you're listening to me, Bill Saltman, see if you can get in touch with Connie and send me her YouTube account name so we can maybe have a look at that video. I'm not even sure if she uploaded it. I think she did. I'm not sure.
I know Bobby mentioned that she can't load the show, Bono. I will relay your message. So, okay.
Okay.
Is it Connie Willis? Is that her name? Connie Willis?
No,
Connie Fox.
Yeah.
Okay.
She may have a couple different profiles, but there's one that just has her whole face in her profile picture. If it's still the same one, I think she's wearing like a blue shirt and her hair's down long, dark hair.
Yeah, well now she got the picture of the witch on there.
Oh, okay. I know she's gone back and forth with that.
Yeah, she's wearing a witch hat. That's Connie Fox.
Okay.
Wearing a witch hat. She's wearing a Kentucky witch hat.
Okay.
She's a cute little witch hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Girl's got some spunk.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, okay. I think I found it. Yeah. I think I found her.
yeah, Bobby just messaged her, private messaged her,
Connie
so.
E. Fox.
Right. Connie C-O-N.
Well, that's
N-N-I-E.
that's her second Facebook account. The other one's just Connie Fox.
Okay.
All right, because she's got a bunch of
And that's
videos
the
of
one normally
woods.
used.
Yeah, I don't know which one is the Bigfoot video, but
Connie Fox is the one she normally uses on Facebook. So.
Yeah. Hey, Steve Peck. I meant to get to you early because I thought you were trying to get in there. Did you have a question for Bono or anything you wanted to share?
I was when you were talking about the blurred pictures. I was going to put my 2 cents in about my theory on that one.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah. Go ahead.
Go
Um,
ahead.
you talk about why so many pictures are blurred. I think it's a combination of things. First of all, most pictures I believe are taken with a crappy camera because encounters happen on a chance, and you usually catch them with a cell phone camera, which is
You're right.
very poor pixelation to begin with.
I
This
agree.
So right there, you're dealing with a crappy camera.
Hmm.
this right here is
Okay.
this is what I used.
Yeah.
Well, some people. If you, I'm talking about just the ones that happen to be in the woods and catch them. Not somebody like you, Fred, that's out for one. I'm talking about just a hunter or somebody that just happens to be out in the woods.
Yeah.
Now, we do know that Bigfoot have hair and not fur. You
Hmm.
know, from what people have seen. Now, if people don't take care of their hair becomes very oily. Now, if these things being living in the woods get oily hair and their skin gets an oily residue for protecting them from the elements. If you're familiar with red light cameras, you would spray your tag with something like Pam, and when the flash goes off, it blurs. It blurs your tag. So if they have an oily resin over them
Exactly.
and the hair is oily, it could cause that flash from the camera or the sun. It could cause that picture to
Well,
blur.
sure it
It,
can.
so
Yeah.
could be a reason why you're getting a blurry picture all the time.
Sure it can.
Now,
It could be a combination of
yeah, yeah.
things.
Now I had a back a year or so ago. I had a 6 foot squatch walk come out of the woods on all fours and stood up. And what I've noticed was his hair was black as a Labrador, but their hair is thin. It's real thin on his
Hmm.
forearms and stuff, but the skin was dark colored. And it looked like, you know how when you take and give a Labrador one egg a week in his coat, keeps it real shiny?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's what this one's his hair looked like. It was real dark and
Mm.
it was black, but it was shiny, you know. So but he's right, you know. Oh, I mean, Big Steve's right when he said about the oil, you
Yeah.
know.
Right. Right. Yeah,
So
that's
that's
actually one of the only things I agreed with. You know, that was it. I thought was anything significant on finding Bigfoot when they were at that lady's house with her husband in Florida. The thing had come up to the back door window and left all that greasy
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, I remember
thing
that.
from his and
One
that
of the first
and the
ones.
handprint and all that stuff. Yeah, skunk apes are very oily, and so are some Sasquatch, especially I imagine in those yeah, in a hot climate like where I live, and they get sweaty and nasty and probably stink worse than a regular Sasquatch. But I
And
well,
imagine they're very oily.
yeah,
I
we're down
believe
in
it.
Florida.
You know.
We're down in Florida. One of the smells that they mistaken for is methane,
Hmm.
especially in the swamp areas. You get a lot of methane because a
Well, yeah,
lot of
that's swamp gas. It smells
yeah,
like shit.
exactly.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, and then my buddy, what's he, Mark Zasky, who I had on my show a few weeks back. He said that that's the only time you really smell them is in the summertime
Yeah,
when they get sweaty and nasty. In wintertime you don't really smell them much. If you smell something, it's probably swamp gas.
mm,
Alligators stink like that when they build those their little dens. It fills up with swamp gas. It's like a fart
right.
pocket.
Yeah,
You walk
Yeah,
past one of those, and
yeah, I believe. I
Yeah.
think like as far as their smells and everything, like you guys talking about down south and everything, and and
mhm.
where they live, the environment. Also, I think probably their diet may have a lot to do with that as well. A combination of some of it,
I
maybe.
was very aquatic diet. They eat eels and fish, and
Yeah. A
yeah,
lot of
it could
seafood.
attribute to some of those extra funky smells.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or perhaps the
mm.
dead animals like deer kills that are left in the woods from hunters, or I come across a
Yeah,
lot of deer kills from hunters and stuff.
I've heard people say they actually seen a Bigfoot rolling around in a dead kill.
I've heard that too. If there's truth behind that, I don't know, but I've heard the same thing. So yeah.
You wear it.
Mm.
You wear it.
Wow.
So in other words, only so much of it is what comes out their armpits or their hands, wherever their glands are, when they get upset. Because some people say, they'll smell this horrible smell just for a couple of seconds and it'll go away. And some people say, well, no, they smell horrible and shit don't leave. Well, when they eat carrion or even fresh meat and they leave blood and fat and all that in their hair, it's not like they're out there bathing, and it'll rot in their teeth
And what's
hair,
coming out the other end too.
And it'll make them stink like ass.
Yeah,
that's kind of funny because primates are usually a very clean animal. They kick each other all the time, It's kind of back and forth.
Yeah, they are known primates. Yeah, they're very well into grooming as well. So.
Yeah, because when I videoed about 2 minutes before I videoed that family group back in 2013, I walked into the area and the smell was so atrocious. It was like urine, feces.
Yep.
But I tell you what, just how bad it was. It burned my eyes, burned my nose, and burned my throat.
Yep.
I think that came from a female. I think it come from a female squatch. I don't know. But it burned me up, man. And I was turkey hunting that day.
It could be. And then they say this kind of gross, but some of them will say, they have diarrhea, and all that gets caught in their fur. That's nasty, man. Some people, I've heard some funky things. Some people say it's actually the smegma from their genitals and all that. Ugh.
Yeah, I remember a few years back. I remember a few years back. This guy, it was on Bigfoot. It was Leonard Nimoy was the host of it, and this guy claims that he saw 2 female squatches in a stream back in the mountains, and they'd get in the water, and one of them would pick their butt and then lick it on their tongue.
Ooh. Freaking rank, dude. That's disgusting.
Hey, but this was, he said it was in 1968 that this happened,
Wow.
We're hippie squatches.
If they did it then, I'm sure they're still doing it now, but who knows?
Long time ago.
Anyway.
All right, I got Connie's link here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and copy and paste it here in the chat.
All right.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, Fred, I sent it to your messenger. That way I can copy and paste it from there.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Goes the weasel.
Copy.
Copy.
All right.
Round and round the mulberry bush.
Okay, and give me a second here. Let me close that out. And here, I'll put in the chat here for the for all of us in the podcast, and then.
Do we need to hit screen share?
Well, not I went ahead put it on the chat here. That way, anyone here that wants it can copy and paste it here, and then hold on one second. And then our viewers, they'll have access to it right here too. I'll put it on the live chat. So yeah, if you guys saw what I put in the group chat here on the podcast, and let me go back under because I'm going through my phone. I'm using my phone to do all this too. So
all right, I just copied it and saved it.
All right, hold on. All right, for the viewers, there you go. I just posted it under the live chat, so you'll see it. I just posted it, and we got it on our group chat here on the podcast. So anyone viewing that wants to check out Connie Fox's link, YouTube, there it is.
There you go.
It's like a little over 4 minutes long, so. All right.
Yeah, she's got some incredible stuff there, man. I told her,
Let's
so
see.
you need to get the E.C.B.R.O. to come out there and check out your stuff, man.
Yeah,
She'd love
Kentucky's
to
not
have you
far.
guys. Yeah,
Yeah,
she
that's.
said she'd love
I'm
to have you
guessing.
guys. No.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would love to get down there. I know Sam Deloach wants us to get down to Tennessee, and just man, there's so much to do. Man, I love to get out and travel. Easier said than done sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you're
got
right. You're right.
yeah, yeah, I got invited to come down to North Carolina this summer, but I don't know if I'm making it or not. Through the North Carolina Sasquatch group.
hmm.
Cool. Where? To the mountains?
I don't know, some got in the research area somewhere.
You got invited on a fish to come down and fish too.
Miss Cheryl Hurd. Excuse me, Mrs. Cheryl Hurd. I know you.
Yeah.
You're usually loaded with questions. You have any questions you want to throw out there?
Well, I'm thinking.
You
Oh
had
boy.
an hour and
Okay.
16 minutes to think.
Boy, time flies.
Well, you keep thinking. I'm gonna jump to your husband here. How about you, Glenn? I see Glenn's picture, but I don't see Glenn.
Oh,
Right
he's
here.
here. Don't worry. He's
He's
sitting
there.
right next to me.
I see
Oh.
him.
He's just
I
hiding
see him.
like you.
Well, I'm watching the video. Does anybody have any specific times when the Bigfoots show up in this video?
Connie has the
It
exact
just looks
time,
like a video
but
of
I know that
the woods.
just watch the video when she starts complaining about the cold. That's when you see the thing pop out. You gotta looking ahead of, look up ahead by the structure. When she starts bitching, it sure is cold out here. That's when you see the thing come out.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. She knows the exact time on the video. Gosh, we gotta get Connie on this program.
Yeah, I've actually asked her before if she's ever wanted to do it. If she's
Bobby's
watching,
asking her. Bobby's asking her right now. She's
okay, yeah. If she wants to, tell her to send me a message, and I'll share her the link to get in here.
Well, what I think I'll do is I'm gonna mute the chat here. I'm gonna go watch this video and see, just so I can listen to see what she's saying.
All right, yeah, Bobby. Yeah, Bobby just said he's gonna ask her the time frame on that.
Okay, yeah, because it just seems like here's the woods. This is where I saw that Bigfoot. So
Yeah.
I'd like to know what it is that she's talking about as far as Bigfoot's jumping out where you can really see them really clearly and good.
Daniel,
Yeah,
where did
it's pretty far away.
I
say
did
about
you share it
95,
to your page?
100
What's that? The
yards.
link?
No,
Yeah.
the actual Sasquatch that comes out.
The link for the video, it's actually on our chat. If you go, do you know how to open up the chat on the group chat here on the podcast? If you go
No.
to now, if you guys are on phones, you won't be able to get it while you're on a phone. It's
No, I can't. I'm on my cell phone.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh. I think she oh, she jumped out. She
Who's
must
that?
have been
Connie.
oh, Lael jumped out.
Okay.
She
You haven't that they're trying to get back in here. Technical difficulties apparently. She's back.
Oh, there you
All right.
are.
Is this
Yeah.
all right? This video's in the wintertime, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where I see her, she's walking toward that structure. Now she turned the camera to a rock.
Back to where it used to be. Falls right here.
Okay. Now she's panning.
Going back.
Very few people know about this spot. Her secret spot.
Oh, yeah. All right, now I got it.
Just love
Let's see.
screenshot of this files right here. That's cool. Velvet. Along with the table.
Okay, I could do a. If we had the time, I could post it and share this video for everybody, but without audio.
It does. We're going to turn this off now. Let's move on.
I'm not my chat up, but I don't have the link on, and I hate to ask you to send it again. I can watch it another time.
Yeah, I must not be seeing it. She mentions, oh my God, there's a broken tree. There must be 5 Bigfoot here. I'm not really seeing what it is that she says that she's seeing in the video, unfortunately.
Well, I'm the one that pointed it out, and it's in the structure ahead of her. Now, she just messaged to hang in there. She's going to try to figure out the exact time again.
Okay.
So, but she's walking through this field of debris, like, branches, like I said, like 5, 10-foot long branches, man, big branches just kind of laid out on the ground, and she's walking through it. She's like, what are they doing here, And she's walking towards the structure that's being made. Like there's these Bigfoot carpenters nearby, and it comes popping out. It's pretty far away, but this black figure comes out, walks around the structure.
I see it.
You see it, don't you? There it is.
What's the time?
Yeah,
What's the time frame on it?
Comes out and disappears around the structure.
What's the time frame?
All right. Well, right here, Bobby said that Connie can't remember the exact time, but it's she's looking down, and we'll get back to him. So
she said, "Hang on, she'll figure it out." But you can clearly see the thing come out. I'm looking at it right now.
Because what I'm seeing is she's looking mainly at the 2 waterfalls.
If she could get this thing cropped and zoomed and enhanced, you could see this thing. You can see the shoulders, the head, the stride. It's walking. It's walking. It's getting out of view. It's trying to get out of her view. It's trying to hide from her. It knows she's coming or somebody's coming.
Is this within the first 2 minutes of it or the 3-minute part?
Yeah, that's what they're trying to find out now, Fred. Hold on. Let me pause it for a second.
Because what I'm looking at, she's hanging around the creek where the waterfalls are.
Yeah, right now I got it on the 2-minute and 30-second mark at the moment. Yeah, everyone's watching right now.
You say 2:30 seconds, Daniel?
Well, no, that's where I'm at right now. I'm playing it on the screen for everybody.
Yeah. See all the branches laid out on the ground?
Which is normal. That's normal. Branches laying on the ground. That happens everywhere in the woods.
Okay, now she's walking toward a little picnic table area right there.
I'm not sure if is that the one?
Because I'll tell you what, if she could give a time frame, we could slow this video down and watch it slow on live while we're live here. That way we get a good look at this.
Yeah.
And I could zoom in. I could expand it just a smudge, not much, but
I can't remember if there was snow on the ground or not, and it looks like snow on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think there was. It was a very cold day.
Yeah, there's snow on the ground.
Because right here you can see there's ice. This must be like a creek or.
Oh, hold on.
You see it?
I heard her say something about
I just. Let me go back.
Hold on. We're at. Do I need to back up a little bit?
On.
Yeah.
Wait.
Back up. Hold on. Back up just.
I just saw it walking.
What?
That's what I saw.
What side of
I saw it walking. Hold on. Let me
Coming
go
back here?
back.
What's it?
Yeah.
It's in the 3s.
Start at 320, Fred.
Alright.
320.
I think that's what she said.
All right, I'm at 320, and I'm playing.
What area of the screen is it, Cheryl? Left, right?
I'm not sure.
Panning. She's going back toward the left.
It's the camera's moving so much it's hard to say,
That's
but
cool.
it's in clear
Wait.
view.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back it up before 320, and then I'm gonna slow it down here in a second.
I'm gonna clean my glasses.
Hold on. I'm gonna slow the video down.
All right.
I'm at 348. And it's doesn't know where the picnic tables are.
All right, Fred. I'm slowing it down, and I'm playing it for everybody right here.
Chocolate Falls right here.
I got it at 320 right here.
That's beautiful to see it.
Now she's right there. She's right there at the waterfall. It's got that broken tree going straight down.
Yeah.
And she's walking toward it.
I love it here.
Says she loves that.
See the bench, two of the benches. Two of them stuff fell.
Well, yeah.
Long
It's tricky because she's moving.
to help it get back. Where it's back the way it used to be. There's the hillside.
Here it is. Here it comes. And it comes. She pans back around to the right, and you see it.
Right underneath that X up in the tree.
You talking about over here?
It's all the way to the right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Right over here.
Okay.
Right there where you're
Alright.
yeah, right
There it
there.
is.
Right here.
No, back it
There's
up
more
there.
than one actually. I
All right.
think
All right, wait a minute. Right there's one.
there's one. Oh gosh. Yeah, there's one straight ahead.
Yeah, one
There it
right in
is.
front.
See him
Right.
walking?
Yeah, right up underneath
Keep
that
looking
X.
to your right, your far right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want to
Okay.
back it up a little bit and look to your far right.
Yeah, there's a
Right
there's
there
a
on the screen.
All right. Yeah, I jumped
See it.
too far back.
okay. Now it showed
That's okay.
it showed an X that was sideways and it was right underneath of it.
Yep. Up the
That's prob-
tree. Yeah.
That's probably a good 70, 75, 80 yards out. But I see what she's talking about. Yeah, it's about a quarter of an inch tall. Yeah, I see it. There he
I
is.
do
Look,
too.
he's a he's a monster.
Yeah, big.
Oh yeah.
Because
Look
when-
at that.
Yeah.
Because when she panned back
And
to the
suckers
right,
everywhere.
You talking about right here, right?
no,
Yeah,
no,
it's not the only one.
no. Go back to before she started panning.
All right. Hold
Right.
on. My
All right,
screen's
see
open
the,
up. There we
okay.
go.
All right, now see the X right there?
This right here, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
look right directly underneath of it.
This right here.
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
play it.
Yeah, I don't see your
Now
arrow.
play it and watch. Now hit play and watch. He just turned. Yeah, he just turned and walked away. He just turned around. He made her.
And then
He
there's
made her.
one.
He turned
I
to the
see
left
right
and
in the
walked back.
shot right here. I see two standing, and one's keep rolling it. One starts moving.
See, I thought this was something over here, back
And
here.
there's something right around there, a little
But-
bit more to
but
your right. There's
If,
two.
if everybody can just listen to what's going on in the discussion, is this here? You mean this spot? You mean over here? You mean that brown spot? You mean this black spot? You mean this spot moving?
I see where Corey's going with this.
You can show a video to 10 people, and 10 people are looking at different spots on the same video. It's not the same.
Corey, be quiet. Let us have some fun.
We're optimists. We're optimists,
There's a
Corey.
duct tape.
Carol.
I got camouflage.
It could be a chupacabra. It could be a chupacabra. I'm a chupacabra researcher. I think it's a chupacabra. Come on, guys. You have to set a higher standard. Come on
I
now.
got.
Please.
Oh.
It looks like
That could be Fred Stone standing off the back in the woods there. And it's no more definitive than, oh, God, it could be a Bigfoot. She's a Bigfoot researcher. Of course it's going to be a Bigfoot. Come on, folks. We need to set a higher standard.
Don't worry, Corey. I'm gonna prove you wrong in June. You know.
yeah.
You're gonna see. I'm telling
That's
you.
it,
I've
Corey.
got
She's
it all
done.
planned.
She's done seen the thing. That's it, man.
Oh, you're gonna find out, boy.
Did she
Yeah,
submit,
Cheryl saw one, Corey. So she,
out of curiosity, did
Yeah.
this girl happen to submit this to Finding Bigfoot?
No,
What?
this is on her YouTube channel. She
Oh,
uploaded
she
it on.
committed to finding Bigfoot. She wants to be on television. Come on, guys.
Oh,
Like I said, we need to set a higher standard. Come on.
Right, Dad, I'd rather have baby
There is
Sasquatch and
no
raise it
high
as my own.
standard. There is no high standard.
There is a high. The Patterson Gimlin footage at least is good or better. That's
No, that's
even
the
if
two
it's fake.
luckiest men in the whole world.
Even if the Patterson Gimlin footage is fake, I want to see. If you say I have a great video and you show it to me and it looks like that video we watched, that's not a good video. If you say you have a good video, I want it to look at least as good as the Patterson Gimlin footage, even if it is fake. Even if
Good
you
luck.
fake it. But
You
that's what
remember
I'm
that from
looking
now on,
for,
I'm
and I've
finding
not seen
Bigfoot.
it. How many times have we heard world-shattering Bigfoot video? Oh my God, you're not going to believe it, and it's a video like that.
Yeah. Hey, Corey.
Apparently it's rare. Let's see.
Corey, if you
Tell them almost at
That
the
could
end
be
of it.
my
It's
own
almost at the
mother
end
out
of
there in
it.
the woods, and I wouldn't recognize her.
Hey, Corey.
Listen to Connie saying it's almost at the end of the video.
Yeah, Corey, if you take and
Yeah,
go
you
to
can clearly see the thing. It's almost at the end of the video.
yeah, go to
She
327.
said the minute mark, but
Yeah, I
the
see it.
notification showed up so fast I couldn't, and I'm half blind. So,
Yeah. All right, go to 327. Go to 327.
Bobby, you think you could relay that again if you can hear me, Bobby or Bill?
yeah, Bill. I see Bill saying the same thing. He said Connie said it's almost to the end of the film on the live chat.
She said the minute mark, but the notification popped up so fast I didn't get it.
Oh,
All right, I'm looking at 327, and I froze it,
Said
and I zoomed
strange
it in.
marker on the ground. Then shit, it disappeared. And as
Strange
much as I hate notifications, okay.
Well, I took it to 327 and zoomed it in at 300, and it's definitely something there. But I can't tell you what it is, though.
And it did move.
Yeah, it's moving. I see it moving. I got it zoomed in at 300. Something moving, but that's about far as I can go, so. Well, it looks interesting. I'll have to dissect the video.
Right up there.
yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Corey, are we killing you?
Not at all. I'm used to it. I've been for a number of years.
He's just one of the kind of the group.
Well, you need one. It's like
I'm not a.
That's all right. We'll still keep you, Corey.
I appreciate that. There's skeptics, which I am, and then there's scoff dicks who just everything right away. Oh my God, it's fake. It's horrible. It's awful. I don't think I'm a scoff
Until
dick.
you have your own encounter, you'll know.
And until I do, yes, exactly. It's just I've seen. How many times have we heard that? I have the greatest Bigfoot video you'll ever see in your entire life.
Well,
And
I'm
they
gonna
show
have
a
a
video
selfie.
like that.
well, we
And
all
like,
agree. We all agree with that to
Like I said,
a
that could
certain
be my-
extent too.
that
But
could
at
be
the
my
same
mom
time, we
scenario.
are hopefully looking, for something sooner or later to turn out, to be great.
I'm just surprised with all the people out looking that there isn't anything better. That's where I'm coming from.
They're too elusive. They are very
It's like I said,
creatures.
Patterson and Gimlin were the luckiest men in the world. Put it that way,
Yeah.
because that just don't happen. I'm sure sooner or later somebody's going to come up with something nobody can argue with. But right
Yeah.
now,
Well,
I mean,
when Patterson,
I agree with that. It's just a matter of time. You're right.
it's a matter of time. People need to spend, if they were that serious, and I know not everybody's, rich, but if you could spend the money, need good cameras out there, need good zoom lenses out there,
when
you're
Patterson
gonna
and
have to
Gimlin
spend
were out,
$10,000 on a camera to get a shot like that.
Well, my thing is that everybody here, I would assume, maybe, is a Bigfoot researcher in some capacity or the other, right? Would that be accurate if I was to say that?
Oh yeah.
To a point?
Yeah.
How many of you
Yeah,
have cell phones
I'm
that do video?
uninterested.
How many what?
How many of you have cell phones that you can shoot video with?
Hey,
I
I use mine out in the woods all the time. Although I've been using my camcorder. I got my
Just
camcorders.
1, 2,
You know.
3, 4, 5,
I
6.
don't shoot
That's
video
just,
with mine.
and that's just 8 people in a chat room. How many people across North America are out watching that have a cell phone with a video camera in it that takes pictures, and they go out and they buy specialized cameras and specialized video cameras?
That's what
They
most people are
But
using.
have nothing.
A cell phone.
You know, I keep my cell phone with me. Like the areas I go into, I don't have phone service, but I take pictures. I take a lot of pictures with my phone, apart from my camcorder. Now I'm glad I had my camcorder with me today because my camcorder. I mean, I'm glad I had my phone with me because my camcorder was actually acting up on me today, and I was like, oh my goodness! Every time I open it up and go ahead and start trying to film something or talk, because I do a lot of talking on my videos. Well, I was like, the picture it wasn't opening up to like, it wasn't viewing my. It was like real foggy looking, and the picture was blurry. I was like, come on, I couldn't get it to focus in, so we were seeing nothing. So I thought that my camera was gonna. It worked. It did it to me a few times, but I always take my phone with me for backup. So yeah.
Right.
And a picture of you.
No, I got the YouTube channel opened up just so I can watch the live chat through my phone.
Taking them selfies of you.
Yeah, I
Do
do a
you
lot of
know?
selfies.
yeah.
I
Do you know
can't
how
say
Patterson and
that.
Gimlin got that video, that film?
Do
Patterson
what?
and Gimlin. Why Patterson and Gimlin got that film of that Bigfoot? Because they were on horseback. Those horses masked their smells. That creature didn't smell them; they smelled the horses. It wasn't
Yeah,
fear of those
that was
horses.
You know
right.
They snuck up on that creature because
you're exact.
That was a surprise. Yeah, she was caught completely off guard out in the open.
exactly. She smelled horses. She didn't smell them. And
Yeah,
then once she realized they were there, that's when she started to retreat. And
yeah,
I'm
if you go out just walking in the woods, they're gonna smell you.
Yep.
I
yeah.
want
Because
I want to add something to that too, please.
Yeah.
When Patterson and Gimlin got their video, there were a hell of a lot less people living in the Northwest.
That's right.
Uh,
Great point.
there was
Great
a lot
point.
of logging going on and whatnot,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the population was not so great. There was a heck of a lot more woods. People weren't roaming around with cameras all the time, searching and going.
Very.
And I agree with Steve.
Yeah. Very good point.
They were on
Very good
horseback.
point.
You
Yeah.
know,
A
there's
lot
a
of.
lot. There's a lot of reasons why they could have got that video that you might not be able to get that now.
yeah, because I agree with Steve because
Right.
I've been deer
It's a, I
hunting.
just think it's a matter of time.
Yeah, because
I
I've
think there's
been
too many people out in the woods making them hide.
yeah
Right.
because, yeah
Maybe,
because
I
I
don't know. Yeah,
yeah,
maybe they got smarter since then. Man, that happened like that was the year I was born, man. That was 48 years ago.
God, you're young.
They got a lot smarter on people, and
Yeah.
they've been able to learn us and learn how to evade us better, probably.
They've had to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because see, I can agree
yeah.
with Steve because I do a lot of hunting, and I have been hunting on horseback, and I've had deer walk
Oh no,
within
no, I'll talk at once.
yards from me, and never knew I. See, if you stand on the ground on the other side of the horse, a deer will walk in the middle of a field. The deer will walk right out in the field because they don't know how many legs a horse has. Only thing they see is a horse. So
You
And
guys
they
there?
smell the horse. And they're not
exactly
afraid of the horse.
right.
No, they're not afraid of horses.
No.
So then, yeah, Patty did come out because of the horses, so to smell the horses, 'cause it was natural nature smell.
Right.
Yeah. But then they took the face of Patty. They took one shot of it with hair on her face. Then
Mm-hmm.
he took another shot without hair on her face. And guess what she looked like? A
A Native
Neanderthal.
So they took
American.
the hair off her face.
Oh, a Neanderthal.
Yeah, they took
Oh,
the hair
yeah,
off.
digitally later on they did. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah,
she looked like an aborigine.
yeah, because she had the thick brow line, the thick cheeks, the big thick jaw and chin area.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Aborigines, Neanderthal.
No. Well,
Well,
the question I have, and I've heard that argument that Patterson and Gimlin were on horseback and it covered up their human scent, the scent of the horse. Are there a lot of wild horses out in the area where Patterson and Gimlin got their video? So a big
well,
couldn't be spooked by a
no.
horse.
Well,
Oh, it's just
naturally, our
everything's
horses came
fine.
from the wild horses.
There's
Our
probably
horses came
horses
from.
in pastures here
Well,
and
yeah.
there, all around, that are around in the mountains, around the woods.
Okay,
But
down here,
for hundreds of years, there was wild horses running around America.
exactly,
And
like,
any American Indian will
yeah,
tell you they would pick them out from the wild. They were wild horses, man.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, because down
Yeah.
here in Virginia, down here on the outer banks of Virginia, we got herds of wild horses that
Right.
that the government took and made left the place uninhabited. So every 10 years, the government would go over and get so many horses, bring them back and sell them, because they're getting
Right.
overpopulated. So
We
they're naturally wild horses.
We
So yeah,
Right.
well, we do too. We do too on the Outer Banks of North Carolina,
it's
and
the same
supposedly
horses.
they were brought over by the Spaniards
That's right.
and left.
Hmm.
500 years ago or whatever. And
Right.
yeah, we have horses too.
Yeah, but I see where Corey was coming from, because you don't go into your local national forest and see horses running wild. I mean, just I'm throwing that out there as an example, but I see where Corey's coming from though.
I do
Well,
too.
You have
You can go to North
horses
Dakota,
full
you'll
of-
see them running around.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's more it's more common to see white-tailed deer in our neck of the woods. Right now, that's wild, but or maybe a
Still,
occasional rare black bear, but
still, there's ranchers up that way that have horses in pens or whatnot in a big area that's up against the woods, up against the mountains.
But wouldn't they maybe associate horses with humans?
Well, I don't think necessarily because, well, they might, yes, but the horses are grazing in pasture and they're not bothering them.
Right.
The horses aren't bothering them, so if a horse comes tromping through, I don't know.
I'm
Just
more
throwing it
inclined
out
to
there.
think.
now
I'm more,
horses. Huh? Who was speaking? I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry. I was saying I'm more inclined to think if they see a horse, they're going to think it's a big deer than anything else in their mind.
Well, I know horses from the horses have their own distinct smell. It's not a bad smell. It just they're they're very unique. They're different from most other animals too. So
Well, common
Well,
sense. Even before colonial America, they probably were picking off horses as prey, and they used to. That's probably
Yeah.
why they take horses from people's ranches and stuff like that, or
right.
harass them, or whatever they do. So when they eat them, they'll take them.
Yeah.
They're used to they like horses, man. That's part of their diet. But I mean, they were very wary about coming onto people's property. It depends. I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless
My
it's
point, my
a
point
group
was
that.
just that they wouldn't be afraid of a horse.
No, they're not afraid of horse.
No, but
Hey,
it,
Plenty of meat. Horse provides plenty of meat.
but to me, it just doesn't seem like if you were living in the woods trying to get a meat supply, would you go after a horse? I mean,
If it was in a corral and couldn't get away from you, you might.
Depends how hungry I am.
I mean, I'm a pretty
I was
good
hungry.
guy. I wouldn't want to tangle with a horse to try to chase one down, kill it, to eat it.
remember, a Sasquatch is an ambush. Sasquatch is an ambush predator. They ambush.
Shoot, all the big
Yeah,
ones got
and
is
they
go to a
and they
horse
hunt
and bitch
and
slap.
they hunt in groups.
A horse
They
ain't hard
hunt
to
in
kill,
groups.
and they're
Say
not
what?
as fast as a deer
Oh yes, they are.
in full stride.
Yes, they are.
You know,
They are
they're
extremely
not hard to
fast.
kill. I mean, I've just told an encounter on my show not a couple of weeks ago. It was just an encounter that I told. I didn't have a guest. But one of the things it came up to the man shot at it. It came up to the man. First thing it did was big slap the horse and kill it in one blow.
Oh
It's
yeah.
not hard to kill for him to kill a horse. So I mean, that's pretty easy pickings. And I'm sure before, like I said, before colonial America, they were used to picking off horses if they could catch one out in the open.
Yeah.
You know.
Because it was a natural food source, and even I mean from Virginia all the way to Washington
I
State.
mean, there's no doubt in my mind. You know,
Yeah.
at one time it was part of their diet before we even got here. You know, to this continent, to this country. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
because all the
Bono.
stuff.
Yo.
Hey, check this out. A couple weeks ago on a Thursday, my neighbor's dogs were out, and
Oh yeah, I remember you.
Saturday, Sunday, my son, he's 18. He's riding his four-wheeler up and down the road that we live on. Now, I'm in the middle of the woods in West Virginia, middle of nowhere. And what I have here is I think is or not a juvenile, but a young male that got kicked out of the group. He's been running around here now for a couple of years, and you'll hear him whoop and whatever. Anyway, I saw the dogs Thursday morning, and Sunday my son's riding his four-wheeler, and I hear two wood knocks. Well, my son and I go out the road. We come back. There's a pine tree snapped in half, a small, about an inch or so thick, laying in the road.
Mm-hmm.
So we get home, and the neighbor's daughter put a thing on the Facebook. They were looking for one of the dogs. One of the dogs was missing. The other one was in the house and wouldn't come out. They were scared to death.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
I'm thinking it got picked up by the damn thing and got ate, huh?
Oh,
I
I
Did
promise
they?
you that
never
dog was
found the
one.
dog.
Hey,
That dog was a sandwich.
About
Yeah,
well,
Steve.
once a month,
Steve.
a dog is missing up here, and we missed. Someone was missing a goat about a couple months ago.
Hey,
It's sad.
Steve. That
I
picture
hate
you
that.
the picture you sent to me about what you found. I'm gonna share that. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
let's see
fine.
it. Can we
Fine.
see it?
All right. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get it up here.
We got it.
Okay.
We had it. Okay.
All right. Now, Steve, you want to go ahead and explain this one? I remember how this tree right here. Does everyone see this tree right here?
But
Yeah.
that little limb.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's a sapling.
all the pine limbs, the limbs are broke off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Well,
is the
go
where
ahead,
the
Steve.
picture's taken from. I'm on the up. That's the uphill side. The across the road is downhill down to the stream. I live down
Yeah.
the road to the right. Well, the other half of the trees on the other side of the road. That's that little green piece you see over there, right there. That's the other half of it. It was actually laying in the road. My son threw it out of the road. But when
Okay.
we went out, and when we went out, it was not there. We came back an hour later. It wherever it was snapped it off and laid it right in the middle of the road to make a point. He wasn't
Now,
happy. He was riding that four wheeler.
the dirty, muddy spots around it, were they tracks or just dirty, muddy spots?
This here you're talking about? It looks like shadows.
No,
I
I mean,
didn't
I
even
mean
think.
up right around where the stump's sticking out.
Yeah, you can see the ground's disrupted right around it, like somebody's been walking around that. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Maybe
I didn't look.
Or
You know
was
what this
it
does
just
look like?
a mud
This
covered
does look.
Too many people talking at one time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Sorry.
I was gonna say this looks like a track right here if it ain't a shadow. I don't know.
And then you go up right next to the tree branch. There's a couple more on either side there, and on the
Yeah.
side, and right up above it. To me, that looks like some sort of tracks. Somebody had been walking through that area.
Yeah, but if that's a pine sapling, those ain't that easy. You know, it depends. I mean, if especially a young sapling, they're pretty. I like to say they're pretty tough, almost like a cedar tree.
It was about 3 foot tall.
So,
It was about 3 foot
so
tall.
it was probably about as tall as where my mouse is right here.
Yeah, a little bit taller.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's odd. I was
Okay.
saying, were they kind of just muddy spots there already, or were there any tracks in there? Or
I don't remember seeing any tracks or nothing, but you can see how hard that road is. It's full of rocks and stuff. I mean, you can walk across there and wouldn't leave nothing.
Yeah, me and Fred's research areas look like this, if not rougher.
But it just, if you look over by where that tree branch is, you can see the disruptions in the substrate, where it looks like something had been through there. footprints. I don't know whatever prints they are, but yeah, you can see the substrate's disturbed. So it looks like, yeah, right there where your pointer is. There's one to the right of there's one right up there, right at the point of that branch. One below it. It looks like
Yeah.
something's been over. That close to the road, could somebody have run over it with a car if it was leaning over into the road? Because it seems to be pointed toward the road. So could somebody have driven over it?
Well, it doesn't look like car tracks. It just looks like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't see
mud,
nothing that indicates.
either little mud holes or muddy footprints, and the ground was wet, and it made it muddy when they stepped, or
Well,
something of that nature.
a car tire is not going to shred. It's not going to split a pine tree in half.
No, yeah.
It'll push and bend it. Oh, it'll bend it a little bit.
But because a pine is a soft wood, it'll you can almost
All
tie
right,
it
guys,
to
I
a
need a
knot.
bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Keep talking.
Yeah.
Well, even
Yeah,
even if it was a car, it would have smushed the whole thing down instead of breaking it off.
Well, if the car ran over it, it'll bend the tree, but the tree will stand right back up again. That's how soft wood it is. And the only way it's going to cut it in half is if the tire's made of razor blades.
And there's no tire
Right.
tracks.
Yeah,
There's,
because
there's no tire tracks because you've got green
Yeah. Hey, Steve,
behind it.
Yes,
And,
sir.
down across the road there where the top of the tree is there any kind of a trail going downhill toward the
Like-
spring?
like a game trail where something.
Yeah. There's a deer trail right in there somewhere that goes down to the stream, and then there's kind of like the deer follow that stream down on down where the I guess
Right.
they guess you get up to
Yeah.
the river.
Yeah, 'cause you know when a deer walks in the leaves, he'll leave a straight line of leaves turned up.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, and I noticed when a squatch squatches will walk in a line. If there's 4 or 5 of them, they'll follow each other. They'll never walk side by side. They walk one following the other one on
Now,
a deer trail.
The
Yeah.
day that happened, I heard 2 distinct wood knocks from that direction.
Oh, you're lucky.
Very
And,
interesting.
my son's out here. What was it? Friday morning or Thursday morning, you heard those whoops. What day did you hear those whoops when you wait for the school bus in the morning? Thursday morning, he heard a couple whoops down where he was waiting for the bus.
Yeah. Hey, ask him to see if he can imitate them.
Try
What
to
they
imitate
say?
them, Tom. See if they can hear you. Just do it. They can hear you on here. Just do it. You hear them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
yeah.
That's
I hear that every day.
Yep.
Every time I go in the woods, I hear the same thing.
Yeah, me and Fred had that happen 4 or 5 times in a row back in
Yeah.
2013, right behind our camp, like probably within 50 yards away, if
Yeah,
that.
because you know where I camp, and all of a sudden you hear whoop. Well, you know whoop, whoop. I can't hit the high notes, but yeah, he sounds exactly like what I've heard.
Yep, exactly. He hit it right on the head.
He said one morning it was doing it, and the dog down the road somewhere was going ape shit. He was going
Wow.
crazy. I don't know. It's wild to me.
Whenever y'all have those experiences, do y'all hear any crows before you hear?
Oh yeah, we got crows.
No, I mean, if there's a squatch around, the crows will start going nuts. You ever hear that?
I hear the crow. I mean, I hear crows go crazy all the time. I'll tell you what I heard one time, Fred, was I was sitting out here and I heard a crow. I'm outside now. I heard an owl to the left of me, and I heard an owl to the right of me, and they were hooting back and forth. And I started hooting at them, messing with them. Well, the one stopped, and the other one kept getting closer, and it got. Let's see, I'm about 50 yards from the woods, and it got about 50 yards down there. And I kept whooping, and it finally stopped. And I said, well, I must have made it mad or flew off. All of a sudden, instead of going, hoo, hoo, it went, rrr. I said, oh, that ain't no owl.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Daniel's out of his area one night, and we heard a barred owl, and then all of a sudden behind it, you could hear a deeper and behind it was deeper. So there was two squatches imitating that barred owl. They were, when the barred owl hollered, they would holler. So me and
Oh,
Daniel started doing it, and everybody kept saying, "Why don't y'all shut up so we can hear?" Hell, me and Daniel was excited, man.
Yeah, we
Because
were having fun. We had fun with it. Yeah, I know people telling us, "You guys got to shut up."
mhm.
It's hard not to do, man, for real. uh,
Right.
um,
Bono, which state do you live in?
Louisiana.
Oh, you lucky dog, you.
I
Yeah,
might be wrong. Am I right? Am I wrong in that? Louisiana? Bono?
What's that? I'm
Uh,
sorry.
what
Which?
state are you from?
I'm from Louisiana.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just
that's
make,
nice.
yeah.
Way down south, buddy. I live about 3 miles outside of the city of New Orleans.
Oh, you lucky
Oh,
dog,
Okay.
you.
well, you weren't lucky during that hurricane, but you're lucky now, I guess.
Oh, I'm standing where there was 23 feet of water.
Yeah, man. Jeez.
Sat there for like 9 days.
I know a young lady. She just moved from Louisiana. She moved up to Georgia. She was actually she used to share a lot of pictures of me in the area she used to go into down there. Of course, some of the tracks she showed me were alligator tracks, but
What
uh,
about the
she wa
boogaroo?
The
uh,
Rougarou.
yeah, Rougarou, yeah,
Yeah,
You know what
rougaroo.
that is? You know what that really is? It's a
What?
werewolf legend.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
kind of like the Wendigo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that I was gonna say it's kind of like the wind.
the
Well,
damn
I've heard
werewolf.
Wendigo
Uh,
stories out of Cajun country
it's
too.
like a voodoo spell.
Yeah,
It's a lycanthrope, a werewolf.
yeah. That's kind of been the Wendigo is kind of a New England thing, I guess, and yeah, it's a werewolf, dog man sort of comes
The
from the Maine area, Vermont, that sort of
Yeah.
areas.
the
I've
wind
heard
the
about that.
Wendigo
With
the Wendigo is supposed to be voraciously hungry and will eat anything and eat itself and
Yeah,
eat itself.
yeah. It's an old Native
yeah,
American.
He
That's
was
an old.
it's a
vicious,
Native
isn't it?
American thing. Yeah.
Hey, has anyone ever heard anything like this before?
Now I've heard
What?
Wait a
The
minute.
Wendigo?
No, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to play a sound.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
If it lets me, hold on. It's not doing it. Hold on. Hold on. I'll come back to it in just a second. It's not letting me do it.
Sunjoy pressure wash, 1,800 watts of power,
Uh,
20,000, 2,031 pound
what
pressure.
the heck?
Bono, though,
Yep.
there are squatches in Louisiana and all of that
hmm
Gulf Coast area, right?
Well, sure they are.
Yeah.
There
And
ain't
they may be
too
mixed up and
many.
called by different
They,
names,
they,
but yeah.
there
Are
ain't too
you
They,
many in my area.
are you familiar with Chester Moore?
Chester Moore?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, no.
He's in the east end of Texas, I think
Oh
is
yeah, that's
where he is.
I'm all the way. Let's see. I'm all the way to the east end of Louisiana, southeast end. I live in
He
Saint Bernard Parish.
he does a lot of he does some Bigfooting, but he's a hunter, a fisherman, but he has a thing called Kingdom Zoo, I think is what it is, and he does a lot of work with children in the church through
Hmm.
animals and stuff. But yeah, he's a believer, and he Bigfoot some.
Well, Craig Woolheater
Check him
had
out.
his encounter in Rapides Parish, where that's where Alexandria, Louisiana is. He's had his encounter in there, and supposedly there's Dogman there too. I don't know about Dogman. I don't know if I believe in that. Um, Now, I've heard Navajo talk about the horse face ones, but could they be mistaking those types I guess we don't know about for some sort of canid um,
Yeah.
werewolf type uh, dog man thing? I
You
don't know.
you've seen the breakdown, haven't you, of the four types
Yeah,
of Bigfoot? Supposedly hair on their face, no hair on the face, snouts and no snouts, and then
yeah,
they're kind of intermingled and bred together or whatever,
yeah.
and that
Yeah,
maybe
that's why I don't
where the
really
dog
believe in the four
man
types.
thing comes in.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe in the four types because you don't know what you're gonna run into out there. They different everywhere. Where you can go to like Oregon or Washington State, and you think you're gonna find the patty type ones everywhere, or Northern California. Guess what? People seen the ones with the football heads too.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah,
round heads, so kind of squat heads.
Yeah.
exactly.
So you can't
I
say,
don't know
oh,
if
this.
I don't know if I am into the dog man thing either, but I'm just saying, it's out there, you know.
I've heard the rumors, and I've heard about the sightings and stuff like that. Now I've also heard people talk about seeing a Bigfoot with like a pointy ears, but sort of a mannish looking face.
Hmm.
Now that takes me back to the Hoffman video, which they were discussing last night on Into the Fray Radio with Shannon LeGros. She had an ex-park ranger and some other guy on there. The guy's name's Steve. I think I heard him before in Sasquatch. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Um, but he was talking about the Hoffman video, and that is one of the clearer videos of a Sasquatch. You know what I'm talking about? The Hoffman video,
Yeah, Harley Hoffman.
Harley Hoffman video.
Yeah, but the thing is
That's
with him, you do a little research on him. He
a
also
lot.
has a website,
Yeah.
Searching for Santa Claus, where where
Hey,
it shows videos that people caught of Santa Claus sneaking into people's houses on Christmas.
Oh
He, he's
crap.
he's a filmmaker, so right away I
hey,
think you have to throw the whole thing out.
Maybe so, but the thing had pointy ears, and I don't know whether or not the video is authentic. It looked pretty
I
damn
think
real to
I've
me.
seen it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the bottom line of it is basically that, like Fred says, just like people, no two Sasquatches look alike.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They all have their own characteristics and this and that. Some people have big noses, some people have little noses, some people have big ears, some people are short, tall, fat.
Yeah. Well, I think and it
Uh,
depends on, and I think it depends too on what parts of the country you're in. Here in New England, it seems like a lot of the sighting reports they're reported as being smaller than like another, 5, 6 feet tall, like the big ones.
well,
Right.
But then you go to
exactly.
Oregon and Washington State. Oh my God, it was 11 feet tall, which I think is an overestimation.
Exactly.
But it's
Well,
It's
real.
almost like the further you go north, the bigger they are. Hmm.
yeah, but think about it this way. Eskimos are generally shorter. Mexicans are generally shorter. Then there are other portions of the world and whatever where people are generally taller,
Yep.
depending on where you came from, what your heritage is, and what your genes are.
The simple
And
thing
that
is,
be
the
the same
simple
thing with
thing is,
Bigfoot.
just go look online. Look for just search on Google. Search black bears and look at pictures. There's black bears just aren't just black. You get brown ones, you get white ones, you get red hair
Right.
ones, you get blonde
Exactly.
ones. So
Blue ones,
there's
purple ones,
differentiation.
pink
And there's
ones.
albino once in a while.
Well, just for a good example, what you were just saying about black bears, the black bears that we see that are black actually have brown in their hair that we don't see, not just apart from their snout. Like a lot of the hairs I collected, black bear hairs, some of them have clusters of brown in them.
Yeah, they do.
So,
Yeah.
there's a good, one to throw out. But
Yeah, so there is going to be differentiation. Like I said, here in New England, Massachusetts, we have deer, but our deer tend to be smaller than, like, say, in Texas or like Pennsylvania.
Or
So
North
there's gonna
Carolina.
be, or in
Yeah, y'all got baby deers down there.
Nova Scotia, they apparently get these huge monster 15, 16-point deer. Where up here, a 4, 5, or 6-point deer in Massachusetts is a big deer. You're going to get a differentiation depending on where.
Right. Depends on
We
where
get
you
8
are.
and 10 and 12 points.
Yeah.
We've got good big deer down here.
well, Corey, if you go up towards the Berkshires, and up around there, and then you could ask the herds. I know they got monster deer up there. So
Oh yeah, we got
Yeah.
big monsters.
Hey,
Yeah,
Corey.
out in the Berkshires, yeah, it all depends on where they're living, what the
right.
places
And what the weather and the environment is.
and that too. Yeah, because like I said, around
Same thing
here,
with people, same thing with Bigfoot.
Yeah.
but here where I am in Massachusetts, somebody shoots an 8-point deer. That's huge for Massachusetts. Where I am, I'm in like kind of in the middle toward the bottom of Massachusetts, just
Yeah.
Connecticut.
Yeah.
But you head out toward the Berkshires, they're bigger. You head out more toward the Cape, where it's a lot more toward Cape Cod, where it's a lot more less woods. The deer are even smaller. So there's, like I said, there's going to be differentiations in the size and the appearance. Like I said, I've told people, just go look for pictures of black bear and look how many how different they can look with the different colors, sizes, the shape of the face. So there's going to be, differences depending on where you find them.
Right.
Hey, Corey.
Exactly. And yeah, people are exactly the same way.
Yeah. I got a question. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Corey, I got a question
Yeah,
for you.
go
If you
ahead.
get a chance.
Go
Wait,
ahead, I'll wait.
All right. Well, what's that, Steve? I'll go ahead and wait on mine too. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Corey.
Sorry.
It just jogged my memory. We were talking about the films earlier, and you were talking about the films. Let me ask your opinion on one. How about the Freeman film?
Freeman, I believe he was known in later years for hoaxing.
Mm,
I never heard that.
too.
neither
I've
me.
heard it.
I have confidence in that film. I think it's authentic.
Is he the old man that died recently?
He died a few years back.
He
But
died a
he's the
few
one that
years
got
back.
the picture of the Sasquatch behind the big pine tree and walked out and turned and walked away from him.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
in the video. Oh, there he goes. That video.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like William Jevney said. He said, "Well, it doesn't walk like Patty." Well, Patty was out in the open, man. This Sasquatch was having to step over brush and push foliage out the way to get to where it was going. It was in the thicket, in like of the woods, So yeah, it's gonna walk different. It's gonna high step. It's gonna duck. It's gonna.
But he just like I said, he's been called into question, his motives, and of course money was brought into it. Unfortunately, like it always is.
Yeah.
And I think that I've said before, I've seen a lot of pictures and video, and I've actually done it myself. Somebody comes out with a video. I have the greatest video ever. And before I even look at the video, I go investigate the person themselves. I'll
Right.
look at their Facebook page, their YouTube page, all these different things before I ever even look at the video. And there's been times where, they've got 9 videos of a UFO. They've got 3 videos of a chupacabra. And then they also have these 5 videos of Bigfoot. So I'm sorry, right away, I'm circumspect when I watch their video. And 9 times out of 10, like I said earlier, if somebody says, greatest Bigfoot bit of footage ever. You watch it, it's usually really not.
Yeah, keep in mind
You know,
a lot of people will title their YouTube show their videos to get views. You know,
get views and
Yeah,
attention,
to suck you
Right.
in, to
and
tease.
it's kind of sad
Oh,
because
undoubtedly, yeah. I've seen videos where they're obviously it's kids. There was one something about Bigfoot in Central Park. Bigfoot video in Central Park, and you can see it's obviously some kid in a Bigfoot costume that he bought online, laying at the base of a tree, and it's meant as a joke. It's meant as a
right.
goof.
oh
But
yeah, those
Corey,
get all right.
I
But when
had said,
people
I had
legitimately say,
before, I've said before, and yes, I agree. You should go and look and research and see what kind of reputation they have. And I've said before, I feel like I have gotten to know Fred well enough, whether he's got a plain picture or not. I believe Fred because I believe in his integrity. And he's not
Right.
making money, and he's not posting it out there to make money. And and there are these people among us. But yes, I agree. You have to look and see who it is and what their reputation is.
Right.
Right.
the motivation is, yeah, because the thing it's kind of tough because I've seen people say that, well, this person got a video of a Bigfoot. Well, they're a Bigfoot researcher, so of course they got a picture of a Bigfoot. And then people will say, well, this person got a picture of a video of a Bigfoot. Well, they're not a Bigfoot researcher, so it's tough. It's all I watch. Like I said, I'll research the person, I'll watch the video and make my own determination. It's just unfortunately that over all the years, I haven't really been impressed by really anything.
Well,
None of us are. You know, wait a minute. I've seen a video this gentleman put. I don't know if it was from Georgia or Alabama, and he had, listen to me, he had these awesome Bigfoot noises. I don't know if it was a trail cam. He was a hunter or something like that, and he wanted to get a picture of what was going on with the deer, and all of a sudden you hear these big, long, deep whoops and something that the thing made it sound like a damn elephant. I'm telling you, something that people I've heard describe, that have had these encounters and heard these noises and stuff. I think he had something there until he jotted into the video. Oh yeah, the next day, and then we put it out there again, and then it seems like there's something running around the game cam or whatever it was, going "Rah, rah, rah, rah," it's like he might have had something in the beginning, and he was starving for attention, or like you said, to get hits on his YouTube channel. So
Yeah.
he went for the sensationalism when the
yeah,
jackass had something good to begin with. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Give a damn idiot like that a rope and wants to be a cowboy. Dude, just
Do
stick with the
something
truth,
else.
man. Stick with the truth. You had a chunk of gold right there.
Yeah, well,
Why
the
you
thing
just
is,
rec-
yeah, and the
you
thing is
happen to
with
get this recording, and you went and added this bullshit lie crap to it,
yeah,
and you
and
ruined it.
and
You're an
and
idiot.
discredited the whole thing.
yeah.
Exactly. And
Well,
that
Yeah,
happens a lot, man.
the thing is with the
So
Bigfoot community is that the Bigfoot community is, I would say, a rather small community, and it's really not that hard to get your name known or to get yourself recognized. And I think sometimes that's why people get involved because they know they can come up with some silly video or pictures or audio and get some attention, and they'll have followers. The most ridiculous things I've ever seen, uh,
yeah,
people will follow it and just say, "Oh my God, this is real."
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
it's a mean group though too.
Yeah.
You've got to put yourself out there and be um able to accept criticism because there are a lot of haters. It's a very vicious.
Yep.
I'm going to be better than you
Mm-hmm.
and discredit you because I want to be better.
Yeah, and there is the whole which I really dislike that term hater. I don't hate anybody.
Well, I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't referring to you.
No. But I'm just saying that term in general. I've brought up questions to people. I'm not saying, oh my God, you're so full of shit. How could you put this out there? But I'll just like, well, what about this? What about that? Oh, you're a hater. No, I'm really not. I'm just asking you questions.
Yeah, that's another thing. I've had, back when people jumped me when I was doing the shows and discussing the Melba thing and everything else, you know, people's like, why you want her to be wrong so bad, or this or that, and then I've had other criticism, name calling stuff, etc., etc. The problem is nobody's questioning nothing. Everyone accepts it for what it is without questioning it and thinks, okay, science
Right.
ain't wrong. You
Yeah,
know, that's the big problem. Everyone's afraid, or they want to just go along to be accepted along with everybody. Say, hey, whatever. But
it's like somebody said years ago. I remember this a quote on the Bigfoot forums, way back before the Bigfoot forums crashed and they got taken over and whatever. But somebody said that if we don't police ourselves, they'll do it for us. So that's why I think we do need to police ourselves. And I come across, I try to anyways, is not being hateful,
right.
but just to ask questions. But some people, you just ask a simple question. Could it be this? Oh my God, you're a hater. I'm not.
Well,
I'm just asking you a question.
You do pretty good at that, Corey.
Everybody's so sensitive
You do pretty
nowadays.
good at not being
Everybody's turned
ugly,
into a bunch
but
of pussies. Excuse my language.
oh,
But
sorry,
but
maybe she
it's
wants
like my friend Connie, not Connie, Shelley Covington said, um, people had issues before they believed in Bigfoot. So you just got to keep that in mind. Whether
Yeah,
it's psychological issues or people are assholes before they believed in Bigfoot.
yeah.
or didn't believe in Bigfoot. Yeah, that's true.
And I've said for
Yeah.
years, when there's nothing new in the Bigfoot community as far as new videos to talk about, new pictures to talk about, new
Yeah.
stories to talk about, what's left? Talk about fellow Bigfoot researchers.
Yeah, talk about them. Put
And
them
this one's
down.
full of shit. I hate this one. This one's a scumbag. This one's a crook. This one's making money. Because there isn't that much new, really good stuff where we could all sit and watch a video and say, geez, I don't know, this is really good. So all that's left is this person's a cheater, this person's a scumbag. And it's unfortunate. I mean, I have my, I guess you could say, problems with certain people in the community, but it's because I'm just looking for honesty above all else. And
I
that's why
agree.
I have a problem with some folks in the Bigfoot community.
Well, I want to say one thing, and then I'm gonna go potty. Thank you very much.
We all can do that, Daniel.
Well, I'm the
Oh,
host. I'm doing it because I want to.
Oh.
Yeah. All
God,
right. Go
God
ahead.
says He will reveal all in His own time.
That's right.
There you
You
go.
right, baby. That's what the Lord said. He said, all things will be explained. But when you say that, it takes the romance away from some people. They're like, oh, well, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
But
When
you
God
know,
wants us to know, when we need to know, we'll know.
Yep.
And God said He will reveal all in His time, not our
that's
time,
right,
but
dog.
in His
That's
time.
right, baby. That's right.
So
Read the book of Revelations right
I
now.
don't think. I
oh, that's
think it.
scary.
I think it's
I've read
really,
Revelations
really.
a couple of
Yeah,
times.
yeah. It is in Revelations. I think it's really about, um, when it comes to the viciousness and the attacks online and everything. It's essentially, I want what you got.
That's
You know,
bottom line. That's what it
that's
is.
what they want. I want
Yeah.
what you got. You know, my dear friend Shannon LeGros is very beautiful and talented, and she has been attacked over and over and over. They won't leave the girl alone. They finally left her alone after over a year, you know, and after all that whole Sasquatch thing and everything. But it's because they want what she's got. She's got a lot. So I mean, there's a lot of people that got, and there's a lot of people that want, and
Yeah,
they
'cause
can't
I've been through it.
have,
Yeah, 'cause I've
or
been through it for
whatever, you
2 years.
know. Whether it's research or a fan base or people have, they mention your name a whole lot, and they have confidence in your work. They hate you for that.
They don't want her to get ahead of them.
Right.
I've
And
been
she's
through it for
just one
2 years
example.
in a
They do it
row.
to a lot of people, you
Yep.
Yeah,
know.
I've been.
I'm gonna knock you down so I look better.
Exactly, because
Yeah.
I ain't got shit. You got it all. I ain't got nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
'cause
know.
me and
So
Daniel. I mean, I
it's just
went.
sad. It's just like I keep going back to what Shelley told me. You know, people had mental issues before they believed in Bigfoot.
Yeah.
I find that hilarious. I'm sorry, ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because
pretty much.
because I've been through it for 2 years. I mean, I
What was
got
that?
hit. I got hit by the MIBs of Bigfoot. You know who they are?
Are they the wannabes?
No, they're the what they call the
Wait,
Bigfoot police.
it's kind of cutting out now. What's
The
going on?
Black.
yeah,
Yeah,
the Men in Black, Will
yeah, 'cause
Smith and Tommy Lee Jones.
yeah, 'cause me and
Okay,
me.
I missed that. It kind of cut out a minute.
Okay,
What?
me. Let's see, it was me, Paul Halsley, Henry
It's
May.
cutting out again.
Okay, it was me, Paul Halsley, Henry May, Daniel Benoit. I mean, they got, they tore us all to hell. And what was the reason for it? Like you said, they
Okay,
want
I can't hear anything.
Uh,
Daniel.
I can hear you fine, so I don't know what it is.
I don't know. I hear you, Bono. Could you hear me?
I can hear you, but it
I
sounds
can
like
hear. I
somebody
can hear
else.
Fred.
Wait a minute.
I
Okay,
hear
I,
you.
I'm good
I think
now.
I think part of
Somebody
it
said something
too.
I missed.
Oh no, Fred was saying about the MIBs. He's been visited, or in he had the MIBs involved with his situation.
Okay.
That's what he was
Oh,
saying.
okay. Men in Black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I made a video about them guys. Tell him that,
Oh,
Daniel.
Yeah.
Tell him that. Tell him I made a video about them,
Well,
and I got rid of them.
I don't remember the actual video. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
I mean, I've heard other stories from other people actually down South Virginia, who's claimed to have been visited by them, and because of stories like the Tazewell story, Fred.
Yeah.
The gentleman who was out hunting and supposedly shot something. I don't know what the story is behind that, but
Y'all talking about the MIB?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
The guys I got attacked by.
see, I
I
don't
don't
think.
know.
I don't know. I don't know how much I believe. I don't know. I believe it, but I don't think the government gives a shit about Bigfoot. They give a shit about it if you could prove it. I think that's
Hey,
just
can
my
y'all hear me?
opinion.
Yeah, I hear you.
There was a whoop right behind me just a minute ago. Now my dog's going crazy.
What?
There was a whoop right here in the woods right behind me. Now my dog's going crazy.
Ooh,
Oh, wait,
somebody.
Now,
you sitting outside right now?
Yeah. Yeah,
shit.
he's down in the woods a good ways. It whooped, and then my dog, he's out here whining.
Don't let him
Oh,
go out there.
yeah.
Hey,
Get
let's
him
cool.
inside.
Wow.
Hey, Well, you got your back to the woods.
Yeah, you can't see. I'm behind the rail.
Oh,
There's woods back here.
Yeah, but
Sasquatch
can
is
you?
gonna come up behind you and play duck duck goose on your head.
I'm behind me. Behind me is a 15-foot drop. He's gonna have to reach up and grab me.
Oh, he won't have to reach up too far,
It's right there.
depending on his size.
If your microphone is facing to that direction anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that was cool.
Shoot, I'll give a whoop back and see if you get another response.
Yeah, unless you don't want.
All right, everyone have silence for a second.
He was way down there. I was off to my left.
Huh. Well, that would have been cool to hear something live on a podcast.
Darn right it would.
But it's pretty cool. You got some live action going on as we're live here, so that is awesome, though.
Yeah.
Well, check this out, everybody. I want to jump into super trivia. How about it, Bono? You want to go ahead and start off the super trivia? Are you prepared for it?
Oh yeah, time for super trivia.
Hope it's easy.
You guys ready for this?
All right,
Okay.
let's try this. I may not know nothing, but
Now,
Me either, but I'm game.
If any of you guys are a member of Bono's Bigfoot Tavern, this counts for an official game. And the member who answers correctly gets their picture posted in the tavern with congrats and a shiny badge and a chance to go to the championship, the final championship towards the end of the year. Now, here we go. Are you ready? Tonight, super trivia question is, what common birth defect that is present in Sasquatch that is also present in humans? Go.
Autism.
I know. Down syndrome.
Interbreeding.
No.
Autism.
Psychosis.
No.
Interbreeding.
What was the question? Hey, what was the question again? Someone spoke about halfway through your question. Say it again.
What was that? I didn't catch that one.
No,
He said, what was the question? He missed it.
no.
You missed the question.
Someone spoke it.
Okay.
yeah.
What birth defect is present in Sasquatch that is also present in humans?
Interbreeding.
I say autism.
No.
Hypertrichosis.
The cognatus defect where they grow hair.
No.
Inbreeding, that's not it.
MS, because I don't know, what was that track? It had that bad footprint that had the bone sticking out of the
Gigantism.
No.
Damn.
male pattern baldness.
All right, when you come up with your answer, it is a specific answer. We know that there's the gigantism is present in both, but it's not the answer. Be specific.
Not autism.
That was a good answer, though. Gigantism. That was a good answer. Not the answer, though.
In humans,
How about diabetes?
What the heck was even that?
Good
How
damn
about
guess.
how about diabetes?
Somatotropine.
Hey, you guys can't cheat and look online.
Googling. They
Yeah, if you're
Googling.
Googling, don't count. If you're Googling, you're cut out of the question.
Go, Cheryl. That's
That is
right.
called
Tell 'em,
cheating.
Glenn.
That's
I'm
right.
just trying to
Ass,
get his,
baby.
man.
Tell them, Glenn.
Is it is it is
We
it
don't know what
dia
that word is.
is it diabetes?
No, not diabetes.
Syphilis.
Okay.
Clubfoot.
Gosh, if we knew diabetes, we'd know a whole lot more about
It would
Bigfoot.
have,
Is
it would have
is
to
it
be something you see in a track or something because we don't know anything about their body.
is it clubfoot? Do they got a clubfoot?
No.
Hmm.
Pigeon toe.
What's clubfoot?
It's where they have a
It's like they
Huh?
can be born with their, like one of my puppies had one of them, and it's like curved towards them. Their
Oh,
paw,
Oh, no,
like
no.
that,
No.
a
Yeah.
defect.
how about twins?
No.
Damn.
Damn. That was a good one,
undeveloped
too.
limbs.
Baldness, other than being bald, I don't know.
Balls. What?
Bald head.
Oh, I thought you said 3 balls.
I had an uncle that had that problem.
Web toes or funny digits, but I guess that would be
No.
included in injuries, wouldn't it?
Hmm.
You're getting hot. Y'all getting hot.
2 different size feet.
So it's to do with the body.
Pigeon toed.
Forget the pigeon toe.
That was
Next thing you're gonna say camel
Wait a minute.
toe.
Wait a minute. Bono saying something about that. Hold
Not
on.
me.
Say
that was actually last the last question, super trivia question was that the Ohio grassman's footfalls were actually pigeon-toed.
Oh,
Did you know that?
yeah.
They are pigeon-toed. The grassman is
So
freaking
that's the
pigeon-toed.
answer is pigeon toed?
No, I'm just talking
Oh,
Okay.
Bigfoot.
I'm talking about last super trivia.
Oh,
Okay, I'm saying knock knees.
Huh?
You
No.
know what knock meat is.
Yeah, I know what not needed. Yeah, I know. No.
How about being blind?
Getting hot. You guys getting hot. No. Blind
Is it is it
Wait.
any
a
animal can be
congenital disorder?
Kathy says morphodike.
Morphodike. Oh, God. I want what Kathy's drinking.
Oh. Hey,
Einstein?
hey. Colorblind. Colorblind?
Brains.
How about
But most
albino?
humans don't have good.
How about albino?
Not albino.
Damn.
Not colorblind?
Hmm.
I still haven't got an answer on
All right,
colorblind.
Bruno. Say that question one more time.
Is it a
Okay.
Be quiet.
What birth defect is present apparently? Okay, I didn't mention this. It's
Thanks.
detectable. It is detected in their foot and knuckle prints.
Arthritis.
That is common in Bigfoot as well as humans.
Calluses?
This is judged by their prints, footprints, and knuckle prints.
But it's
Dermal
not
ridges?
arthritis.
Arthritis.
Dermal ridges.
Huh?
That's not a birth defect.
No.
Yeah, it was,
No way, Fred. What you said before might have been it. Say what you said before there, Fred. Calluses.
Calluses.
Well, that's not
Well,
really the birth
that's not a
defect.
birth defect either.
But
No.
Calcium buildup. I don't know.
Not colorblind.
Cartilage buildup.
It's a birth certificate.
Okay.
Uh,
I got it.
What is the
Gout.
elephant
What?
mantitis thing?
hold on, wait. Say that again, Leo.
Gout.
No.
Oh.
Shit.
What is that elephant man syndrome thing where the bone grows? Amen.
Big.
Come on, guys.
What in the hell could it be? God, we've guessed 100 things.
Think.
Double digits.
Think. You cannot Google this shit. Think.
Shin splints.
No.
That's not hands and feet. Hands and feet.
Osteoarthritis.
Flat feet? No. I think Fred already, somebody said arthritis already. And gout is arthritis.
Somebody already said that.
Bone dysplasia?
No. It's so simple.
Double jointed.
It's freakish, but it's simple. It's something I'm sure everyone's heard of. Anyway, I gotta take a piss break.
Can you use a bottle like normal men do?
You like coffee talk? Talk amongst yourselves. I'm getting
Talk amongst yourselves.
Ingrown.
I talk to myself all the time.
Ingrown toenails. It's ingrown toenails.
No.
Syphilis?
Oh, shit.
I
That was a good guess, though. He did say
All
hands and feet.
I'm gonna take a piss. You guys,
Dad.
all right? Look, just keep talking and brief me when I get back.
Gonorrhea.
Well, pee fast.
Gonorrhea.
Okay.
What the hell can it be? He
I'll be
said
back in a minute.
something about knuckles and feet prints.
Okay, we know it's not dermal ridges. We know it's not stumpitis, which is a slow digit in your hands and feet.
Osteoporosis.
It's so simple. What did she say?
Oh, Vicky's being freaking dumb nuts. She's freaking cooked in the head. I don't know. I guess I dropped her too many times on her head when she was a baby, like she tells everybody.
I threatened my son with death today before we came
So
on.
he's talking. It's something about the foot, right?
And he said knuckles.
It'll be in the
And the
joint.
knuckles.
Which is why I said gout, but arthritis and gout are both out, and they're similar.
What kind of disease is in your
How about
joints?
How about meningitis?
Would that be knuckles and
I
feet?
don't know what it is.
Meningitis? No, never mind.
Is meningitis something to do with your immune system when you get it?
Yes.
Foot dysplasia. I think I said that already.
Yeah, you might.
Crabs.
Oh, Jesus Christ. They're the ones that live near the water. They get that.
I'm sure they got lice,
Better
probably,
bring a bunch of
but
crab
that's not a birth
lotion.
defect. It's a birth
I don't know.
defect.
Daniel just said crabs.
Some people were born where they get natural blisters on their hands and feet.
Maybe it's hand,
Oh,
foot, and mouth disease.
Calluses.
All right, I'm back. What we got?
But that's not a birth defect.
Is it hand,
I
foot,
know.
and mouth disease?
Wait, one at a time.
I have a new idea.
All right.
What is it?
We'll do one at a time. Go ahead, Leo.
Webbed toes and fingers.
No.
Corey.
Damn.
Syphilis.
No.
Fred.
Huh?
Fred, your turn. What do you got?
Knuckleitis.
That when you knock somebody up.
Fred, I didn't hear Fred.
He said
He
knuckleitis.
said knockalitis.
Nope.
No.
Glenn,
Oh
Cheryl.
man, think birth defect.
Glenn, your turn. What do you got, Glenn?
Hand, foot, and mouth disease.
No, think birth defect.
Oh,
We're
birth
we're
defect.
trying.
I'm thinking about the damn foot.
And hand.
Well,
Down
on dead
syndrome.
footprints,
I
listen
said
to me.
birth defect a while ago.
Listen to me. I said
Clubfoot.
footprints, I said knuckle prints, and I said birth defect.
Hmm.
Yes.
All right, keep those in mind.
Scoliosis.
Oh crap!
Hmm.
Now,
Come on, I know we got a bunch of viewers watching. I'm watching the live chat. You guys help out too. Curl toes and fingers.
no,
Mad squash.
That's
disease.
Bobby Rich said that one.
nope.
Like clip,
Yeah, Daniel,
clip or
Daniel,
something
they
like
count.
that.
I
Eczema.
thought about that too.
Eczema.
Left lip.
What's that, Bono?
No, I'm asking. What was that? I was asking Glenn.
Oh.
No,
No, Cheryl said cleft lip.
like cleft lip, cleft plate,
No,
Oh.
joint
Yeah.
fingers.
no,
That.
no. Good answer.
Yeah,
though.
yeah. I said
Those
web.
are all good answers. But then,
Double jointed.
Do you want me to ram something down your throat?
Good Lord.
Well, that's what happens when your
threatened
kids
my
get
son.
older.
Getting hostile
They
now.
don't move on.
I threatened my son with the same thing 3
and
hours
keep
ago.
in mind too. Keep in mind too. It is a rare birth defect.
Oh,
Chris
Hair lip
Murphy,
is common. You know.
Chris
Just
Murphy
miss-
said hammer toes.
No,
Missing digits.
no,
Clubfoot.
no,
Double jointed.
no.
Hands
All
and
right.
feet. Hands
I got
and
something that
feet.
Bobby Rich said. I'm going to try to pronounce it. Polydactyl. Polydactyl. Leave or whatever.
Okay,
Polydactyl.
tell them to be more specific because tell them to be more specific because not everybody knows what that dactylism is.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. He's listening, so maybe he'll.
It's having more or less fingers on your hand.
Digits.
Be specific. Be specific.
Having 6 digits on your hand.
Oh
is
yeah,
correct.
it's for having
That
extra
is
digits.
correct.
Yeah, that's what
That
they're
is
saying.
correct. That is correct.
Anne
That is
Boleyn.
correct. That
Well,
is
damn, you were
correct.
close with
6
the 3.
digits.
Okay.
God, you
digits.
got so
Probably
close
just-
to me
That is
once.
correct.
So Bobby Rich got that then.
That is correct.
All right, well, send him the prize.
Bobby Rich, you are the winner. Everyone give Bobby Rich a round of applause.
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah, Bobby!
Good going.
All right, Bobby, you
you just
got
have
it.
the ball with those sound effects, buddy.
Now,
Yeah,
Bill
and
Saltman,
Berlin, remember, had 6
He should've-
fingers
he
on one
should've said it
hand.
was Hemingway cat disease.
Bill Saltman said, "Hey, now everyone have a beer."
I've been having them.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bono's got his Bill of High Life.
You need a shot of Jack after that.
That
Okay.
was a good darn question.
That's a pretty
Okay.
good learning curve, isn't it?
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look it
Appearance.
up. Look at that word. I can't pronounce it. Something dactylism.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Look it up.
Chris Murphy actually said a word, syndactyl.
He said, yeah.
Syndactyl.
There are people
what
that are
means
born with 6 fingers and toes, and sometimes, every once in a while, you'll see a Bigfoot print with 6 toes.
Lighter.
Now, what about the ones that are missing? Like, doesn't supposedly the Legend of Folk Orchestra
The South Monster had 3.
three
Yeah.
toes?
I see that. I have no clue.
Yeah.
That I think there might
Well,
be some other kind of cryptid if you ask me.
Yeah, they said it was clear that, well, as far as history goes, as far as history in the Bigfoot community, it was supposedly definitely a
Inbreeding.
Squatch, but
Yeah.
yeah,
All right, up here in Stanton, Daniel, we
yeah.
have
Yeah.
a
Well, the
race of
strange thing is that in the blood, well, in the Nephilim, they had
Mhm.
6 fingers and 6 toes.
Hmm.
we
So
got we got we,
apparently, we're still affected by the blood of the Nephilim.
yeah.
I
Now
hope
now
nobody I know's kids are born with 6 fingers and 6 toes. I don't wish that on anybody, but apparently it is present in human
yeah.
genetics.
Now we have a some cats up in Stanton, Elizabeth and Mary Gray that
All right,
it looks
folks,
like
it's
a
time to
it's,
go. For me, I haven't had supper yet. Actually,
Oh man.
I was supposed to actually
Daisy should have
record.
came over. I made Reuben sandwiches.
Oh
Cool.
crap, man! I was supposed to record MOJO Encounters tonight. I left the boy hanging. I'm going to have to record tomorrow. But I really wanted to do the
Oh.
show, and I appreciate Daniel for having me on. This was a great experience. I
Oh
really
yeah.
enjoyed talking to you
Um,
guys, and I would really love to hear your opinions and your findings and stuff like that. I hope we could do this again.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll definitely plan this again very soon in the future here. So it was great having. Thanks for agreeing to come on too. We had a great time with you.
All right, no
yeah. Hey,
problem,
man.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Night,
Can,
Bruno.
Night
can
night.
we,
Have a good night.
Thanks, Bono.
no, can
Oh,
I
it's
friend
Bono,
you?
not
I'd like
Bruno.
to keep up with your stuff.
All right, well, get your ass in the tavern. If you're not a member, of Bono's Bigfoot Tavern, then go ahead and send me a friend request at Bono Russell. You can find me on Facebook, and I'll
Cool.
add you to the tavern. And it's a really fun place, and there's almost no drama. We don't put up with that, so it's a really
Cool.
nice place to be.
Cool. Well, I certainly
Oh.
enjoyed it. Thank you so much. And yes, I would like to friend you. Have a good
Hey,
night.
you guys,
All right. Thank you again, Bono.
okay, but you guys take care.
take care.
Bye.
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 I was calling him
But cool
Bruno.
dude.
Bono.
I was calling him Bruno.
I just couldn't remember if it was Bono or Bono.
Yeah, Bono.
Bruno, Bono, whatever.
yeah.
You know, you got Sonny Bono, and then you've got Bono, and but
now
he was
what
a
else?
cool dude. I like him.
Yeah. Now what I was going to say was we have some wild cats up there on Mary Gray behind Walmart, Daniel.
Right.
That they got 6
Yeah.
toes, front toes and rear toes. It's a natural wild cat. They're not
Double
they're not
pod.
they're not strays. These are naturally born wild cats, and they got 6 toes. I done killed 4 already up here on National Forest.
They inbred.
No. They're
You
naturally
don't think
born
so?
like that. No, they're naturally born like that.
Well, I know, but is the population small enough that they're inbreeding?
Well, I don't know because in Stanton, you're not allowed to kill anything, And I've studied up on them, and it's a race of naturally wild cats.
Oh, so they
They will
They-
breed
Are
and breed and breed and breed and breed and breed.
damn right.
With
but
the
they're keeping it in their bloodline,
Yeah.
and every one of them's got 6 toes. So that's
Yep.
so. How many toes does a wildcat have? He's got 6
5.
toes.
Jesus says it later.
24.
Well, it'd be 40. Well, if they got 6 toes on per foot,
Yeah,
times 4, that's what 30.
That's
6
what-
times 4. It'd be 6 times 4.
24.
6 or 6 or 12. Yeah.
yeah, 24. Yeah,
But polydactylism is a common thing amongst felids. Because have you ever heard about a cat having double paws?
yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
I
common
just said that.
it's just, I guess, something in the felid
The
family
gene.
where it's a regular kind of. You don't usually hear about dogs having double paws, but you hear about cats having double paws all the time. It's just something in the felid family. I don't know what it is, but
All right, there was a mountain lion killed in Oregon about a month ago. He had he had two extra fangs growing out of the back of his head, right over top his ear, on the left side of his head.
Oh, I seen that.
I saw
They
too.
for real.
yeah.
I saw that, but I was suspicious.
No, that it's a birth defect.
Yeah. Birth defect.
Wow.
Yeah, the guy
Weird.
they was
Very weird.
they was running dogs and they treat him and they shot him and when he hit the ground they saw him and they kind of like froze in tracks like what the hell's going on here, and he come find out after they skinned it out he had a natural growth of tiger teeth growing out of the back of his head.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for everybody. I'm It's kind of a stupid
Lay it
question.
on
I'm sure we all do, but do we all know do we all know skeptics or non-believers? Well, actually, we all do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
as far as skeptics and non-believers, do we ever have people? I mean, do they get curious enough to ask you guys questions sometimes?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Kids do it to work all the time.
Well, here's my next question. On top of that, what's the possibility if we could get them lined up to either watch or participate, to where we could get the skeptics and non-believers to ask us questions? It might get ugly with some of them, but yeah, I feel like this is something I've been thinking about this all day when I was in the woods, and I was like, you know what? I think that'd be a good show.
It would be. It would be because you're going to have more saying, well, I don't believe this. I think it's full of crap. Now, can you give me an answer to this?
Right. Well, that's the whole point. Questioning them back, and then why is if there's something they say they don't believe or that's bullshit, whatever. Well, that's something that we get a question. Well, why are you saying that? What there's
Let's
all
have,
kinds of.
let's have Corey. Let's go after Corey now.
Bring it on, bring it on. I have no problem.
Well,
I'm no, not Corey. I want us to get other people involved, like total non-believers. So.
well, yeah, I like Corey because he is a skeptic, but he is
He's a believer. He's a believer.
But he
he's
raises good
open
questions.
he's open to believing, but he wants good proof, and he is decent and polite, and he is if we say this is a Bigfoot and he says, oh well, how can you tell? He doesn't act ugly and snotty and crappy about it. He's polite and friendly and decent, a gentleman,
No,
I like
My whole thing is
I like
that,
for that
my
reason.
whole thing is that I
He's a scientific guy.
entertain the idea that Bigfoot exists. With all these people saying that they saw something, and all the stories from our Native Americans, I think people are seeing something. But I set a higher standard of what's considered proof, maybe, than a lot of people do.
Yeah. Or as Bill Saltman just said, you're analytically scientific.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not that smart, but
Well. See, the thing is, this is the thing. There's simple, basic, obvious science that people don't realize. For example, some of the things I shared in my video, I haven't put my videos together yet to upload them yet. But there's logical explanations for things that we see and find in the woods. That where everyone's so quick to jump, say Bigfoot did this, Bigfoot did that. This was made by Bigfoot. People are not using basic, obvious science to rule out what the other possibilities.
yeah.
So basically, that's kind of like along the lines where he's coming at. So
Yeah, to me, you have to rule out everything, and even to the point where you say, "Me, I don't know," before you jump to, "Oh my God, it has to be Bigfoot." I mean, I've seen a lot of tree breaks, structures in the woods. I've seen a lot of odd stuff in the woods in my 35 years, whatever, as an outdoorsman, hunting, fishing, camping, hiking, whatever. So it seems like if there's somebody's a Bigfoot researcher and they find something odd in the woods, it's Bigfoot.
Well,
If they were a Chupacabra researcher and they found something odd in the woods, oh my God, it's a Chupacabra.
yeah,
So
yeah. Now the way I am,
exhaust every other possibility first before you jump onto it being Bigfoot.
right
Yeah,
now, right now,
debunk first.
now me, I'm an arborist, so I look at stuff I look at stuff differently. You know, I had to study and take tests before I become an arborist with a company called Asplin, which is worldwide known.
Yeah,
And the
we have,
first,
we have those guys around here. Asplin, yep, we have
yeah.
we have a company
Now,
like that around here.
what I do is I look at the structure. I look at the bends. I look at the breaks. You got to think, okay, this tree is a softwood. When you take and bend that tree on the back half of it, on the back, it's going to stretch. The underside of it is going to shrink. Now, I've tried to imitate a tree bend. I can't do it. I look at I think a bear. They can't do it because you gotta have fingers to twist a tree. Now a bear can take and bend a tree over and put it in its mouth and walk around in a circle. I've seen that before. But the thing is, when you look at a structure, you got to look at the breaks. You got to look at how them breaks were made.
Yeah.
That would tell you everything, you know. And I can honestly say 90% of my structures were made by something that has hands.
Yeah. Oh,
I,
and that's the thing
And
you
you
have
have
to
to
look
be
at.
able to tell what is wind damage and storm damage and what is not,
Yeah.
too.
exactly.
Right. And I did something in my video today too. Is one of the last clippings I had in my video where I was, sitting on a log. I was taking a break before I started headed back out of the woods. I just so happened that I was looking around and
Like in Daniel's area. Daniel has got a lot of spruce trees. He's got a lot of spruce in his area, and he's got a lot of pines. And you got to expect a pine is soft wood. Now, a fresh tree, like with Steve, with that pine, you can take and almost tie a pine tree into a knot before it breaks.
yeah.
If it's little, yeah.
Then you got your medium wood like maple. Then you got oak. Then you
Yeah.
got hickory, and then you got locust. Locust in Virginia here, locust is the hardest wood. Now I don't
Yeah.
know about West Virginia. I don't know about West
Yeah.
Virginia.
My husband is a
But
cabinet maker. We had a cabinet shop, and we know, yeah, locust is damn
yeah, yes. So
hard.
you gotta look at all that aspect, before you say, oh yeah, Squatch did it.
Hey, Fred, I got something. Oh, go ahead, Corey. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I've seen people post pictures of, this could be a Bigfoot structure that it built. And I've asked, did you look at and it's just branches that were, it's not trees growing out of the ground, it's broken up branches that are built into like a shelter. And I've asked people, did you look for any tool marks at all? No. Did it look like they came from that area or they were brought over from somewhere else?
You mean like hatchet marks, where somebody could have cut them down with a hatchet and laid them over there?
Exactly. And the thing is now is with all the Survivor Man and Naked and Afraid and all these different
Love it.
reality shows we have, there's people out in the woods. I go out myself before deer season and I build ground lines for myself where I'm going to be hunting. But people find something like that, and if they're a Bigfoot researcher, automatically, oh my God, a Bigfoot built this. And I've asked people, they have one picture of it. Did you look at the base of these branches? Is there any tool marks? Oh, I didn't look. Did you look and see if they were cut in that area or brought from somewhere else? Oh, I didn't look. So, to me, if you're going to be an investigator, investigate. Don't
Well,
assume.
those people aren't going to be reliable anyway, and it may have been a Bigfoot that built this structure. It may not. But Fred or Daniel or somebody who is accustomed to going out and looking and filming is going to include that. You know, Fred's videos and Daniel's too. If there's a structure, they go from down at the bottom and all the way around and up, and look at this is woven into here, and you know,
Yep.
and that makes a
And
difference in
yeah, and I
your
think you have to do that. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Because like I said, I've seen people that we went out and we took a picture. Oh my God, this is a Bigfoot house. And I've asked questions, and every answer was no, 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 no. I didn't look. No, I didn't check. No, I didn't look. They have one picture, and they're saying, "Oh my God, this could be a Bigfoot. It could be a ground blind. It could be somebody building a shelter out in the woods." So
Yeah.
you
Now
know,
I've seen
either you're a researcher or you're a fan of Bigfoot.
analytical.
Yeah, that's what
I
Bill was.
got that too. What the
Yeah,
hell are we supposed to do with that?
no, that's what Bill Saltman is referring to as far as and it goes
Yeah.
along with what Corey's speaking. Try to rule out obvious things, being logical about stuff with
Okay.
logical reasosoning. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I agree with that, and I like that. But how do I get it off the screen for the moment? If I don't see it closed.
I'm screen sharing. That's why it popped up. So there, I made it
Oh,
disappear.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, I was screen sharing it.
Okay.
Glenn has got a good question here. He says, I think Bigfoot uses birds and crows, warning defense. What do you guys think? Now, I've heard owls. I've heard dove sounds that Squatch has made because, like I told people, there's a particular note that certain birds have that a Squatch cannot make. Like that day, me and Daniel and this girl was back in my area, and we heard one. I don't know. What do you think it was they was trying to imitate, Daniel? That juvenile was about 30 yards away.
That was. I don't think honestly. I don't think it was imitating. I think it was. If it was definitely if it was a squatch, young squatch, which it did, whatever it was sounded young. It sounded like it was moaning in distress.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't say the close.
You talking about the baby crying?
Yeah, the closest it sounded to us, and it was close to it, but not nowhere near. I know this is kind of contradicting what I'm saying, but it was so close, but not close to a young bear cub.
Yeah.
But
because
I know that doesn't make sense, but
because I went through every animal in the state of Virginia from a baby up to an adult, and nothing matched.
it almost sounded like it had during its moan, it had almost like a slight bark, like a bark sound to it. Like if you ever listen,
You and Fred both have had babies, and you know the difference in baby cries. I'm mad. I'm pissed off. I'm sleepy. I'm scared. You know, they're different baby cries for humans.
Yep.
This sound was a distress sound because you could hear the stress in its whining. That's what blew our mind. The way it sounded, you could tell it was in a definite distress.
well,
Like something, like it was afraid of something, or it had been left alone too long and wanted
perhaps
Mama to come back.
perhaps it was lost. Yeah, it was kind of like maybe possibly it was might have been lost or something.
Something for me to listen to in Ohio.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Mountain Monsters. This is Lee, Virginia.
I got it on DVR. I don't believe about.
You're lazy, ain't you?
Well, I'm talking to y'all. What the hell? I'm crocheting, smoking, drinking,
Don't you
talking
got
to
a
y'all,
DVR, Fred?
Uh-huh.
and I'm
You got a
DVRing.
DVR, Fred?
Do I what?
Have a
Have
You
DVR?
do you?
have a DVR.
Yeah, I got DVR and a regular cassette player. You know, I mean for like VHD movies, whatever.
Yeah,
I,
no, not a VCR, a DVR where you could like set your cable to record shows and then
Yeah.
oh,
play back. Yeah.
Glenn
lazy
says
man.
pornos.
I tell you what,
They
I
call it
love Mountain Monsters.
recorder.
I don't believe most of it, but this damn exciting.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They're making. That's why I have a problem with like that show. I've watched it a couple times, and it is entertaining. Like along with
Yeah,
like Finding Bigfoot, it's entertaining, but I think honestly, if they were to make a show that was true to what a lot of Bigfoot researchers would want, I don't think the general public would be all that interested in it because
I
it,
got a question
yeah,
for you, Corey.
I
I got a
agree.
question for you. You
yeah,
ready for it?
I am.
Now, all right, you better.
Get ready, Corey.
Bring it on.
Now,
Yes,
do you go out in the woods?
yes.
Do you notice scenery? Look around and stuff for research yourself?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Well, I
that
don't know.
settles.
It's just asking. He's always negative. Jeez.
He just said,
Sometimes I just want to really duct tape his mouth.
Yeah,
no.
Daryl, stop.
What I notice about Corey is he goes out and he researches, but he's looking for the scientific part of the research.
Analytical.
well, my whole thing
But,
is that,
but Corey, you hunt, don't you?
what, I'm sorry.
Do you hunt, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So therefore, and I think if I remember correctly, you said you grew up and hunted all your life.
Yep.
So you are familiar with the woods, been in the woods,
Yes, I have.
you know, for years and years, and
Years and years and years. That was
But
a joke.
I'm 45. I'm 45 years old.
Oh, still a baby.
I started fishing with my dad when I was like 5 or 6. Been hunting since I was 15. Been camping, hunting, and hiking since I was probably 15 or 16. So I've logged a lot
yeah,
of time in the woods. But my thing is I'm not. I don't try to be overly critical, but like the 10 or 15 years been involved in the whole Sasquatch research thing. What got me was back in the late 70s. Remember that show In Search of with Leonard Nimoy?
oh
I went
yes,
to
Leonard Nimoy.
That
I
was the
went
one that grabbed me. I went to the local library, read every Bigfoot book they had, which wasn't a lot, and about
Yeah, at
2
that
years
time,
ago
yeah.
or so, we got our first computer with the internet. And I used to just sit and search things that I was interested in. And one day I searched Bigfoot. The Bigfoot forums came up, all these other different groups, and all this other information came up. And I basically been involved since then. I was involved in local groups. I was a member of NESRA. I'm a member of the AIBR. I was a member of all these different groups. But it's almost like the longer I've been involved, the less I think that Bigfoot exists. Just
Uh,
because
Or do you mean the more bullshit you've seen?
the more bullshit, yeah, and that's what it is. It's just the more that I've been involved, the
And a
less
lot of it is,
the less
but
I
some's
think
not.
this because you hear this all the time. I have the greatest Bigfoot picture in the world, and you look at it, and you're like, that could be anything. I have the greatest video in the world, and I go watch it. That could be anything.
hey,
I have this audio. That could be
Corey,
anything.
why don't you come to Fred and Daniel's camp out in May? I'm going and my cousin's going.
And Virginia?
Yeah,
So that's not that
in
far
Wayne,
to do that.
near Waynesboro. It's the what, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Well, yeah, from where you're located, Corey, it'll probably depends which way you come down. It'd be between 8 to 10 hour drive.
But I'm a Yankee, though. Would I be welcome? I'm not going to be like,
No, I swear to you, we will not
Jeez.
hit
I
you
wasn't
with
even
a
invited.
we will not shoot you with a musket.
I wasn't even invited. That freaking stinks.
Hey, I'm inviting hers. Come on down.
No, Cheryl, I asked Glenn, wouldn't y'all come? So you were invited, but I just asked Glenn. It was the night you weren't on,
Fred will invite a nanny.
so you are invited. So he said y'all were going to the Ohio thing, and you couldn't come to Virginia in May.
Well, hopefully they can
Come
come down.
down.
Hopefully they can come down to the big camp out I'm having in September. So it's something they
Where's
could think
that
about.
going?
It's going to be in my area, on the in the West
Yeah,
Virginia
when y'all
side.
gonna camp up in Maine?
What's that?
When are you gonna camp up in Maine?
there you
When,
go.
when y'all
I'd
pay for
love
us
to
to,
go to Maine.
You know, we got some acres. I got some friends with like 45 acres and stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
Well,
I'd go to Maine in a heartbeat. Maine
I
is
can't.
awesome. I love Maine.
I can't take off of work outside of my vacation time. I'm using my vacation time to or use these other planned
yeah,
things.
yeah, use that.
Yeah,
We want
where I work,
I'd love to go to Maine.
we're on a point system. If we miss time or forget to clock in and out, we get stupid points. You get so many, you're out of there. So I'm at a strict place. So
Oh, I hear you. My work's like that too. But I have time coming. Yeah, Virginia. That would be a nice trip, actually. Yeah.
yeah,
I'm going, and my cousin's going with me, and Fred and Daniel, and I don't
anybody else who
know.
wants to come, man, because I'm going to be teaching the whole time.
nice.
But Fred says he doesn't want more than 8 or 10 people because that's too many people, and you can't get them to shut up.
well,
That's when you bring the duct tape along.
if we get
That's
too many, in May, I'll take them out towards West Virginia. So
No, for me.
well, I wouldn't mind doing that too. See how May turns out, but
yeah,
so far, me and Beth are planning to go for May.
yeah, yeah.
And
While we're talking about camping and expeditions, um, I will throw it out there for the viewers, and same along with the panel. We've already got me, Glenn, Cheryl, and Fred. We're all attending the big expedition here in June over in Ohio with Dan Baker's 18.
Yeah.
So yeah, that should be pretty interesting there. So if anyone else wants to attend that, I believe there is campsites still available. They are non-electric, $19 a day. Beaver Creek State Park. So
Yeah,
June.
when is that thing this month, Daniel?
What's that now?
When's that thing in your area this month? When is it?
I got to get in touch with Greg Corbin, see if he's still going to do it. It was supposed to be the 26th.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So if all else fails, we'll still go out. And
Do you think Animal Planet will take it?
oh, we ain't trying to give it. No, we're not trying to do it like that. We're making an independent film. Yeah, we're not trying to give it to no Animal Planet and no network. So,
Why
yeah.
not? Might make some big bucks at it.
Yeah,
and it'll all be turned around and screwed up, make you look like an idiot, and make
You in
whatever
it for the
star they
money.
got.
You in it for the money.
yeah,
Yeah.
they'll make us look like mountain monsters.
Yeah. I like mountain monsters though.
Yeah, I mean,
Even though, like I say, you know what it is, but they're all such good characters, and it's exciting, if nothing else.
Yeah.
You know.
yeah. Pokey's asking a couple questions here.
Oh, Pokey. Hi, Pokey.
Hi, Pokey.
Let me go back. The one question she had wait a minute. Oh no, wait. Oh no, wait. That was one was from Bill. I thought it was her. Bill was asking Fred, have you ever heard rock clacking?
Yeah, I heard rock clacking 3 weeks ago.
Hmm. Interesting.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't trust rock clacking because raccoons do it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
I
raccoons.
hate to say that. I hate to say it, but I look. I believe in Bigfoot. I truly am there with you. But I look at the possibilities of what it can be, and I do know that raccoons do use rocks to break open shells, and
Yep.
That,
they do that.
yeah, that's along the creeks though. That's along the creeks
Yeah.
though.
Yeah,
But
that's along the waterways and the creeks. But
yeah,
yes, they do.
yeah. But the sounds, the rock clacks that I hear is way louder. It's like taking two 5-pound rocks and banging them together. Now,
Well,
when
it's
a
stones.
coon does
I
it,
got you.
now when a coon breaks open a shell, all right, everybody knows. All right, here's the question for everybody. Steve, you should know this one. Why do coons wash their food?
Oh, that's simple. Because they have those saliva glands.
Exactly. I have seen coons take a shell and they'll bang it on the rock to open that shell up. I've
Well,
heard that before,
hey,
and
I want to
it's
screen share something and get everyone's opinion on this. It may not be nothing. It may be somebody that had done this themselves, but I found this today and I thought it was interesting. So I'm going to screen share, talking about rocks and breaking stuff. All right, hold on. This is on a cut. This stump was cut, but this is what I found right here.
that could probably be a squirrel
Girls.
because look at the walnut. See
Yeah, but
how
look at the rock laid there. Maybe somebody put that there and that was already there, or that came afterwards, maybe, or
where's the
Is
rock
that a
at?
is that a
That
Q-tip?
big blue thing's a rock.
yeah, this is a rock right here.
Oh, that. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then you got a broken nut right here.
Jeez, I would do that out in the wild too.
Hey,
So
Daniel,
Yeah.
are those marks on that stuff from that rock? It would look
What?
like
Where?
lines going across there.
This
Look.
here?
Yeah, are those edge from the?
I think those are natural. Because see, this is an old cut stump right here. Now that might have been just the natural cracks in the fibers of the wood. Because some of this, you can look on the outside, it's kind of rotted a little bit.
But
But
what is that long to the left
this
of the
here,
shell?
this here
No,
is probably a burnt. What? Over here?
to the left of the shells, right amidst the shells, but to the left, it looks like a Q-tip, a long white
Oh, that right
It's like a
there.
streak.
toothpick.
Oh,
Yeah,
those
what
are.
is that?
I think those are just splinters of something. Yeah, because
Okay,
there's a
looks
little
like
one right
Q-tip.
here.
Now, is it an acorn or a chestnut
Yeah,
or?
this is a chestnut, one of those big round nuts.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's a hickory nut.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
Oh,
A hickory nut.
over here, this is an old rotted one right here. That
Sharon loves nuts.
because I thought that was some kind of poop or something, but I looked at
I
it.
love nuts
It's actually an
too.
old rotted nut right there. So
Ah,
Well, I would
yeah,
assume if that tree's been cut and they left that stump, that
yeah,
people have been out in that area. So the rock sitting there, to me, doesn't really seem that much out of the ordinary. And
right,
I've seen, nuts, husks of nuts broken up like that sitting on tree stumps in the past in the woods. Squirrel,
right.
chipmunk, who knows what. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think it's a very
could be, could not be.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah, who can say?
Yeah, I found a
But
lot of
very cool.
raccoon tracks today. This is just one of the raccoon tracks. I found like in some of the wet, muddy areas. I found a whole bunch of them, but this was just one of the
That's a
few.
good sized coon track.
Oh yeah, there was bigger
Yeah.
ones than this. Yeah. Yep.
I tell you what, we used to run dogs down along the North River and the South River,
Yeah.
and I've seen some I think the biggest one I've seen was about 38 pounds.
Huh.
And when he went from tree to tree, you could plainly see his ass. You could in the dark, you could hear the limbs breaking.
Wow.
Well,
Oh,
it was.
this was something I was going to share earlier with you guys. Let me get the screen shared. This here, I think, was awesome when I found this. I took pictures of this in different angles, and it's a big X, but it's also like a teepee at the same time.
Wow, that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Well, to me, when I see stuff like that, I'm automatically leaning toward it being just a natural occurrence.
Big Blue,
Would
this
that
is
offer any
using
sort of
chat.
shelter at all for
He
anything?
wants to know if
Yeah,
he
but when things are going in different directions,
get on the live video chat.
yes,
Right.
it could be the wind blew this way this year and the wind blew that way that year, or a tornado could almost set down there.
Yeah, because these here are actually, I thought they was adjoining. These actually are two separate ones right here that are laid across. Then you got
Okay.
this one here, that's one. Then you got this one here, that's one that's going in
Yeah.
between the
Yeah.
fork of this tree right here. That's
Yeah.
Now, if you look to the bottom right, where that first limb on the that limb right there. If you go up a little bit, there's a tree bent right there, and it's
Oh,
tucked
yeah,
underneath.
there.
It's tucked underneath another limb right there. And
Yeah, it was.
yeah, that's another sign that they do. They'll take and make an extra something like that, but you
Right.
gotta look at the roots, man. You gotta look at the roots.
Yeah.
But I can tell you right now that there's two little trees right there. You got one bent to the left, and you got one bowed over to the right that's attached to that other tree on the
Look,
limb of it.
you see this long one back here? This
Yeah.
little narrow one? That's one. You got 2, 3, and 4, and then 5 right here. Yeah, because this little one's leaning up against the back of this right here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was interesting. When I first came across that, I thought it was the coolest looking thing. I don't know. It was interesting. That's why I take pictures like that. So.
Maybe you will.
See. Let's see what else we got. Oops, what the heck am I doing? Now let me get this one off. See what else I got. I found a crap load of these kind of brakes right here. Let me get that up. You know, and I found a lot of these associated near bear tracks and other bear signs too. So let me present this there.
Now that right, yeah. Now that one right there. Look at the bottom half of it. See how it's bowed outward? Now look at the inside of it. You can see where everything is starting to tear. And look on the outside on the back. That was stretched and the fibers broke. And they were starting to break on down through. That right there is a maple tree.
Yeah, this was probably around almost 6 feet high right here at this break.
That right there is probably about a year old.
I got one that's a little bit bigger, a little higher up that did the same thing.
Yeah. Well, you remember that area I took you in back behind the apple orchard, and there was like 20 or 30 of those broken all over the place. They had that little bow at the end of it, or the inside of it.
Hold on, let me see.
Oh.
Let's see, I got pictures of turkey tracks, coyote tracks. Yeah, I found some coyote tracks today too.
Yeah, I've seen some big ones today.
Kill them.
I had to look at them hard because we got red wolves down here too, and gray wolves running through the woods too. Plus, we got feral hogs now, Daniel.
Oh shit!
They're coming out
They're
they're coming out of Churchville. They're in the hell. They're more in your area than they are mine.
Well, thank God for that, because damn, if I want to go camping and run into a damn feral hog.
Hey man, they're good eating.
Yeah, they're good eating, but I was raised with hogs, and hogs are mean.
Yep.
Especially damn wild feral hogs. I don't want to run into one.
No, that's the one thing I would not want to run into in the woods is a wild
Damn right.
bear, mountain lion. Okay, but a wild pig, I would not want to run into one of those opportunities.
I've been
Damn
running
right.
quite a few.
Yeah, I decided the last stop I was at, I came across this little clearing in the woods, and I set one of my trail cameras up, and while I was there, after I had set it up, I decided to make a little, I guess, a little structure, and I decided to make leave something there on it. I had a little barber, a little floater, fishing barber,
Yeah.
and I stuck it inside the wedge of one of the limbs I broke. So I thought it was something I'd try, and my trail camera is over 70 feet away.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Daniel,
Yeah.
you want to get a response out of them? Make you a little structure, and next to a tree, make a plus sign.
Yeah, I did this. This here is pretty much kind of in the open though. So
Yeah, because if you make a plus sign, they will tear it down. Every one I've made over in the area where I videoed the family group, they tore it down every time.
Hey y'all, get a room.
what happened? I missed something.
Oh, Diana, Katrina, and Kathy's leaving.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell who it was.
It's
I
my
thought
nieces.
it was Glenn kissing on you.
Oh, don't I wish.
Well,
Be more than kissing upstairs.
Well, there you go. That's fine. So
you know,
that's
during this whole show, I noticed earlier before I started the show, I had 410 subscribers. I'm up to 421 already.
Love you too. See ya.
woohoo.
That was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll see, guys.
Cool.
Cool.
Hold on, let me see.
You do a good show, people will show up. You know.
Well, I guess they like it. It's entertainment because we're not, you know, people, they like hearing stuff discussed and stuff, but they know we're down to earth people too. We don't try to be hardcore about everything.
We don't try to diss anybody.
Right.
You know.
Although there's been times where like when I've done things before, I try to. I don't know how you want to describe it, but
You try to put your feelings and beliefs out there in a nice way.
right. I mean, sometimes I've been a little blunt about a few things. I mean,
Well, I think what a lot of these shows is either you have either the show accepts everything everybody says is truth,
right, exactly,
overly critical to everything everybody says, and I think you'd be most successful if you kind of got it in the middle, which you do. You have people come on and say these things, and they're allowed to be questioned about it.
right,
Exactly, and like I say too, if we are doing a real or not real videos or pictures or whatever, I can say it don't look real to me or it does look real to me, but I wasn't there. And who am I to say what they saw and if they're right or wrong?
right.
Could you imagine how boring this world would be if everybody agreed on everything?
Yeah. I mean, we would get nowhere. I mean, and the thing is, I think by pointing out certain things, it kind of, and speaking logical, it gets people thinking, and it actually opens their mind up in a little bit more, I don't know, it gives them a more clearer picture,
I agree. I think so too. Not fighting, not fussing, not running anybody down, just discussing and moving on to something else.
Oh yeah.
And most of us on here are Christian.
Yeah.
And that's going to bring a Christian base and that's good too.
Hmm.
If you get what I mean. Okay.
All right, right here was some kind of. I think this was part of a. Um, uh, I think this might have been a coyote track, but this one here, Fred, look at this track right here. This is almost the size of my fist. I don't know if that could be a possible either.
Which one? The one on
Cat?
the left? The one
Oh,
on the
hold on.
left or the one on the right?
All right, this one here. This is a big canine track right here.
Yeah,
Okay, that right there looks like a hunting dog.
I don't know. This was nowhere. I mean, it could be, but
This right here. All right, no, that one right there. You at right there now?
yeah,
Look how
Yeah.
rounded the toes are. You got 1, 2, 3, 4.
yeah, and plus it doesn't look too clear. Like it
And
was
you got
moved.
and that right there is the big pad. That's a cat. That's a
That's
bobcat.
right. I thought that was
Yeah.
little rocks.
That's a bobcat track.
This one here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
This
this one here was pretty big. I mean, but it wasn't. It could be a hunting dog track, but the thing is, it looks where I found it was.
That's a bear hound. That's a what they call a bear hound.
Yeah.
They got naturally big feet because you can see all the toenails all the way around.
Ah, gotcha.
too is when you find tracks which looks like that might have been made in mud, wet mud originally. When
Right.
it dries, it's going to expand. So it's
Yeah.
going to look bigger than the actual animal that left it.
That's true too.
So it could be 3/4 smaller than the actual print itself.
And the same thing in melting snow.
Yeah.
Too, yep, that too.
Yeah. This is an old one right here.
Yeah, see, that to me looks like a defect. If you look at the bottom of it,
Yeah.
there's like it looks like there's a defect in it.
Hmm.
That's usually with a lot of tree breaks that I've seen, tree break pictures that I've seen. If you look, there's usually some sort of defect in the bark.
So you're
Where-
saying there was a weak point.
Yeah, where maybe a branch didn't quite grow correctly, or there's a knot, or something like that. You don't usually see a lot of these tree breaks in just a smooth trunk of a tree. It's usually some sort of defect in there,
Yeah.
somewhere to weaken it up. Plus, you have to realize too that there's a couple of different bugs now across the country that predate on trees. There's trying to think of the one here we have a couple of them here in Massachusetts that is a big problem now, to the point where, like, if you go to a campground, you're not allowed to bring your own firewood into the campground because the Asian longhorn beetle is one of them, and I know there's another one that predate on a lot of trees. So there's also that too.
Right.
All of our ash trees have died because of the ash worm.
Yeah, the ash borer.
Yeah.
That's another one. Yep. Like I said, here I am where I am in Massachusetts. When I go to like a state park to go camping, you're not allowed to bring in wood to burn at your campfire. You have to buy it from them because of the Asian longhorn beetle is being
Yeah.
a problem, and it's wiping out a lot of trees in the Northeast. So
Now this here in the picture didn't come out too good, but could you guys see what and make out what this is?
I can see 3 points.
What's canine?
Ain't holes. Ain't holes.
yeah, that's a tough one to see.
Yeah, it does
Look
look
at
like
look at the.
holes.
There's one toe here. There's one toe here, and the other one ain't showing up.
Oh,
But this one here is much bigger. 1, 2,
there's one.
3.
Turkey?
Yep. These are very.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, turkey.
I wish they showed up better in the picture, but they didn't. But these were very large turkey tracks.
Gobble,
I heard
gobble.
turkeys when I was approaching up that area. I heard a whole bunch of turkeys sounding off, but I guess they were gone by the time I got up there. But yeah,
I guess where I'm going turkey hunting this year then.
where at?
Get
Oh
over
yeah.
there.
Right there.
Well, I talked to I ran into a guy and his son that were leaving out as I was coming in, and the guy said when he walked down, he walked in the one field when you come on down through the gate where because the main gate's closed. I had to hike all the way in, so Yeah, him and his son were leaving out from fishing, and yeah, they said they walked up a whole flock of turkeys in the field there when you first walked through. So. Yeah, that's Fred's national call.
Yeah.
Fred's a turkey.
Run close.
I'm gonna sit right in this recliner and pop him right off the back.
No, I don't know why this came out sideways, but this was a. I know it don't look like nothing, but this was actually a bear track right here. This is another breakaway up right here.
Yeah, another blow.
This one here was up around. Shoot, this was probably about around a good 10 feet up in the air right here. So, because I tried to step back to get a picture of the whole thing, because here's another break going off this way over here. Yeah, and then you had this one here, but yeah. This was a picture of. This is some of the fresh bear sign. I've seen much bigger tore up stuff, but this. I took a picture of this because this had just happened right here. All this log that's been ate open and shredded out. Yeah. But there was a lot bigger logs. I should have took pictures of the other ones that look. You could see all the shreddings in it. Actually, I think I got them in my video that I did. So, and that's about it. Except with this one here, this here was over 8 foot tall over here. That was a fairly fresh break. This here was kind of broke down, going downwards or whatever. So it was. I thought it was interesting. It was 8 foot tall. So.
The break was way up there at that knot.
Oh, hold on. Let me go back to that one. Where'd I go? I lost it.
Yeah, no.
This
yeah,
one?
That one.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, right there. That's where the break was?
Yep, right here.
Huh.
Yeah. So,
That's
yeah, that was. Yeah.
If nothing had fell on it, if there was nothing underneath it.
Nah, there was nothing that was empty. The rest of this went down. It was kind of touching the ground. But, so.
That's interesting.
Where this was here now, there's a possibility, if we want to think logical, this was on the trail. And keep in mind, the trail going in, there was horse tracks all the way through, and horse and boot tracks. So there's a possibility this could have got broke while the horseback riders went through. I mean, that's a possibility right there. But
yeah, but why?
Yeah, that's something you always have to take into consideration. You hear that all the time. Nobody comes out in this area. Well, you're there.
Right.
People do come out in that area.
Oh, yeah. One of the things I found when I was back there, I mean, I was way back. I was pretty deep today. And I saw signs that people been out there. I mean, I don't know how long ago, but where I end up going, I was looking around, like right where I set my trail camera at. I had kicked up a old beer can in the leaves, and it was one of the real old Budweiser cans. I was trying to look for a date on it, but it had teeth marks in it and everything, probably from a bear. So, but yeah, it was pretty interesting.
We find that kind of stuff in the creek when we have a hurricane or real high water stuff. Sometimes we found old beer cans that still have the old ring top.
The pull tab on them? Yeah. The pull
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I find those too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we all push, don't litter, don't litter, don't litter. And I don't think people do as much as they used to. But yeah, we find some cool stuff after hurricanes and big storms that blow in. I'm hoping I lost a bucket, a great bucket, 2 years ago in a storm, and I'm hoping that in the next year or two a new bucket will float in, so I can get one back.
All right. Here's one Fred wants me to share. So hold on.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead,
Corey.
This is all you, Corey. Attack.
Glenn, grab me a magnifying glass.
No, this right here belongs to a friend of mine. He sent it to me. He got this one about 60 yards away.
You're talking about that
Okay.
face basically right in the middle of the picture?
That face.
That right there, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, Pareidolia and wishful thinking, I think is what.
No. Actually, that is a juvenile squash that Paul Halsey got on his research area property about 3 years ago. He went
Down.
back the next day and videoed the same spot and took pictures of it, and there was nothing there.
I'd like to see the comparison
Now,
photos. Same
was he
spot.
was he zoomed in on this photo?
Uh,
To me, it
well,
looks
yeah, he zoomed in a little bit, because
like
he had
a video. Is what that looks
no,
like.
no, no. This is a photograph that he took. He took it with the camera.
Okay.
Now, my honest opinion is, I mean, I know it's easy to fall into pareidolia, but I have to say, I mean, even though it is blurry, but it does make out to be like the eyebrow ridge, the two eye sockets here, nose right here. It does definitely look like a face. So I mean, that part I can't deny that part.
It's got
But
red lips.
yeah. But
I don't
again,
know.
I would
Looks
like
like
to.
a white face.
I'd like
Yeah.
this
Got
comparison.
sunglasses on.
Yeah, Fred, if you could get access to those, I don't know if you have them now, but that'd be great if you could post them up here. We could put them up here too. Look at the comparison photos.
But
And it
also,
looks like it's got a cute hat.
Wait. Say what,
And then
Daniel?
you look at it one ear.
Yeah,
Hold
if
it
you
for a
could,
minute, sir.
if you could get the,
Tongue sticking out too.
Wait a minute,
if you,
Cheryl. Let Daniel finish talking.
now I was gonna say if you could get the comparison shots that Paul took, yeah, if we could get that'd be great if we could post them up here to do a comparison on them.
That was the only shot he got of that.
Oh, but yeah, I know, but didn't he do it? You said he did an after shot, like went back and filmed and took other photos.
Oh yeah. Well, I ain't talked to Paul in a couple since me and him had that thing with the MIBs.
Mm.
ah,
But that was taken in Alabama.
well, let me stick my 2 cents worth in real quick. I don't
Okay.
know about the rest of you, and yes, I don't have a picture of Bigfoot, but any pictures I take of my son, of the creek, of the woods, or whatever, I crop them before
Yeah.
I post them, and I size it and crop the object in the picture to the middle. If it's my son and there's woods way over to the side, I crop it down and make him in the middle. So couldn't that picture be cropped
No,
like the
no.
other number?
Because the reason, let
because
me say, let me put it to you this way.
go ahead.
When he took his picture, he was in the same area. You remember when Paul Halsey was on Finding Bigfoot?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, that was it. This photograph was taken 2 days before before Finding Bigfoot got in touch with him in the same area. This was next to a lake. This picture was taken at a private hunting club area.
Yeah.
Yeah, Glenn zoomed in on it a little bit. I thought I shared.
Just my point was
It looks like a ponytail right here.
most pictures I take, I will crop them down to what is the object of the picture. If it's my son, I'll take out the sky or most of it and the woods or the ground and make him the center of the picture. So why wouldn't people
This here
kind of crop it too?
this here was in a wood pile. Like when you clear cut or when you clear the acreage, you take the logs and shit and just pile them up in a big pile.
Yeah.
That little sucker was inside that pile, looking out. He had no hair on his face, just like the ones I got. I got one that ain't got no hair on his face. He's solid gray. His
Well,
face,
I'm not
his
saying that
head.
it's not. I'm not saying that it's not a picture of a real juvenile Sasquatch. I'm just saying when people say, well, it's right in the middle of the picture,
yeah.
people crop pictures to put it in the middle, and then you can
Yeah.
see the.
Well, most people don't really think about doing what you say, you know, or on your pictures, you know. Like I want to see just him, so I'm gonna zoom it in just on him. Most people don't think about that. Daniel, are you out chasing sheep again?
That's the
He's
picture
about
you
to
sent.
get one
I know, I know,
too.
I
That's
know.
the
I
picture
sent it
Fred
to
sent
you.
to me.
Sheep
Yeah,
herder.
I caught this. I caught this sucker one day at my neighbor's farm because I was going coyote hunting, and I caught him playing hopscotch with a bunch of sheep.
He's doggy.
But see, when it comes to the photo that you showed,
Yeah.
my question, just that one picture, it was right there, and they only took one picture.
Maybe that's the best one they got.
Uh,
He
and
And
said he
and
told.
maybe they cropped it to enhance it like I do with pictures of my son.
no,
To, get the sky out, get the woods out, get the yard out, and
No,
make it a bigger,
yeah,
prettier picture of
yeah,
him.
and
no.
Fred had said they went back and took comparison photos.
Yeah,
Like see
Yeah, we need
those.
to see those.
I
I,
don't have them.
see those.
I
But
don't have 'em.
Yeah,
you
we
get
need to see
if
those.
somebody
I
says
agree.
I have a picture of Bigfoot, and they show the picture, just
He
that
showed a picture of
one.
it, but he didn't say what it was.
But
He
he
showed
posted it
me.
in a Bigfoot related group, though, didn't he?
No, I'm the only one that's got that photo.
Oh, okay.
No one else
Oh,
has. No one else has this photo. Period.
but you're
Okay.
allowed to share it.
No, not really. But I guess I did. But it's been a couple of years now, you know, so it really wouldn't make a difference anyway.
But yeah, I'd like to see the comparison photos.
Yeah, I would too, but it was a
Well,
decent
it
photo.
well, it's like that picture I got that it looks like a poodle. I went back the next day and took the exact same picture, and there was nothing there, but I found knuckle prints, I found knee prints, and I found toe
Daryl,
prints.
quit laughing at him.
He still
You
thinks
know,
about that
It did
poodle.
look like a poodle. It did look like a poodle.
well, here,
It did.
let me bring it up again. Let me
I've
bring.
got a 10-pound black poodle,
Wait a
and
minute.
it really looks like, and it looks like my little poodle Mandy.
Fred,
He
anybody tell you have beautiful eyes?
I'm Irish, man.
he
I got,
does. He does have pretty blue eyes.
I got, yeah.
I got brown eyes. I'm
Oh,
Damn.
blue
I'm a
rolls.
Viking.
I'm trying to get
I'm
this thing. I'm trying to get. What the hell? Something's going on here.
They're a
It.
little droopy now that he's over 50, but they're still pretty.
It's not responding. My Google Chrome is not responding. Let's see. Close program. Wait for program to respond. Okay, I'll wait till it responds. Y'all still there?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. All right. Let me get it. No, it's computer. Oh, you bitch. Fuck you. Okay. Here we go. Let me bring. Oh no. I'm on the laptop. Okay. Here's. All right,
We're
Daniel.
on Fred.
Daniel, I'm gonna send you the picture. All right.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Daryl,
I,
I think you and Glenn are the greatest
all right. There you
couple.
go. Now, this picture
Thanks.
here, I went back the next day with my video camera and re-looked at that area. I got the video on YouTube somewhere, but I don't know which video it is now.
Damn.
But it looks like a freaking poodle.
I've seen it. I might have it. I don't know if I have it saved, but I know I've seen. Yep.
It
It's
looks like
better.
a freaking poodle.
With a mullet.
That's what I told y'all about 5 shows ago. I said, "Here's my poodle," and I held up my little black poodle. But I don't ever
But I can
half of
tell you,
it.
I can tell you this
But it
much:
looks
those
like
trees look
yeah.
like those trees look like they're side by side. Actually, the trees look at the screen. The trees are like this here, one in front of the other one. But the position that I was standing, I was originally looking at a structure, and over to the right is what I got of that. I went back the next day, and that's where I found out the trees was one in front of the other one, and that's where I found knuckle prints, knee prints, and toes like you're squatting down when like when something squats you, all you see is your
Yeah.
toes. That's what I found. So I can honestly say I don't know what the hell that is.
Could be its butt.
No.
I
Dog
got a
man.
magnifying glass. Oh yeah.
What do you see?
I see a
You see
butt.
you see a curly top, gray curly top,
I,
black
s-
ears,
I
black
see
eyes,
a
and a little snoot,
I see a curly
little black
top
snoot.
butt.
Little black feet.
A Sasquatch bent over.
And and either
I don't know.
uh,
It does look like a poodle, though.
But see, that's the
yes,
kind
it
of,
does.
but that's the
Cause
kind
I
of
mean,
stuff that you catch when you're in the woods constantly. You see something, or you're not even looking at it, you're looking at something else, and that pops in.
Yeah.
but no,
Not
it
reading
it doesn't
Daniel's
look
messages.
exactly like a poodle. But if you had to think, what's your first thought? What does that look like? It would be. It kind of looks like a poodle. So yeah.
But what do you see, Corey?
It looks just an indiscriminate dark shape of something in the trees. And
Well,
I'll bring it up again. Just that one picture.
I'm on YouTube that shows the picture that I took off the video that day, and I went back the next day and made another video. So I got it on YouTube, but I can't remember what the hell I
I
named
like
it.
that.
I got so many videos up, it's pathetic. I don't know what it is, but I do know when I went back, when you look at it, the trees look like they're standing side by side. But when you walk up to the trees, they're one in front of the other one. It's weird because I thought I was going to go up and say, okay, cool. But when I got there, I was like, how the hell can this happen?
It was the
It
angle
was
you were standing
the
at.
trail video something right here next to me, and I was panning that whole structure, and that's when I caught that. And someone else told me about it, and I went to it, and they told me what spot it was in. I went to it, and that's what I seen.
Now you shot the video, not
Yeah.
anything in the video at the time you shot it.
No, I was looking at a structure.
Okay.
See, the structure was like it was like three trees going together, little saplings
Sorry.
going together and tied. I was looking at that, and I was panning, looking at the whole thing. And when I panned to my right, it was right there, about 30 yards back up in the woods. So when someone told me about it, I went back the next day and made another video. And I walked, and it showed me going up to that tree or those trees, looking at the trees and looking at the ground. And you'll see knuckle prints, you'll see knee prints and toe prints behind that tree. But from where I was standing, it looked like the trees were side by side. But actually, there was one in front of the other one. That's the weird
Huh.
thing about it.
Huh.
So I really can't answer. I can't, everybody says, what is that? I just tell them it looks like a poodle to me. Now, a lot of people say it's a dog man puppy. I don't know. Yeah, that could be it, but I really don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But I
But
do know
it
on the
is.
left, but I do know on the left side of the video, in the original video, something black pops out about 60 yards back in the woods, and when it pops back in, it's standing up, and it's probably about 3 foot tall. But it's so far back there, I know it's not a bear because this is
Holy
the
shit.
this
That's
is the
terrible.
Fucking
this
got
is
bigger
the mis
boots than me.
this is the misconception about bears. Everybody thinks when you see somebody wood, oh, it's a bear. People don't realize that when a bear smells a human, he's gonna haul ass. He's not gonna stick around and see what you're doing. He's gonna run. That's the misconception people get. So whatever was to the right was 60 plus yards. All you see is something black popping out and popping back in. That's the
Yeah.
weird part. I'm gonna have to find that video. I'm gonna spend about 2 days finding that video. It's weird how it is, man.
Yeah, because I'd like to see it. I'd like to see that. Yeah, I'm open to whatever you guys are willing to show.
I'm sitting there trying to rack my brain out on what the hell the name of that video is. Oh, wait a minute, I know what it is now. I got to reload it because I got so many videos that my wife took about 14 CD discs and unloaded videos off my YouTube and put them
Well,
on disc.
you got to do that because if something happens and your computer crashes, they'll be lost.
The ones I
You
got
got
are
to.
the ones I got are from back in 13 all the way up to 2014.
You got to back up your computer every so often and put it
Well,
on disk
well, well,
just in case.
the computer got so slow it took forever. So she started loading. She started. I think it was like 8 videos per disc, and I got like 14 or 15 discs of
Well,
nothing but videos.
that's what's good about YouTube. Because if you upload them to YouTube, even if your computer crashes, they're still saved. They're still there on your YouTube.
On YouTube. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, well, see, the thing about it is, it causes the computer to slow down when it comes to uploading videos on YouTube. I had so many videos that was slowing the computer up. Like it took an hour to download a 5 minute video. So when she started off off the computer and putting them on the disk, the computer started speeding up again. But I'm on the laptop, and it takes forever on this laptop.
Hey, I got something for y'all to think about.
Yeah.
What's that?
Think about this. If you have a skeptic, right? Bigfoot has to be real for you to have a skeptic. Because if Bigfoot did not exist, there would be no need for skepticism.
No.
Yeah.
I think that kind of makes some sense. What do you think about that, Corey?
Um,
Um,
well, like I said, I entertain the idea that Bigfoot exists, but it's just
You
by
entertain it.
and I'm interested in it. It's a hobby. I consider myself a Sasquatch hobbyist. I'm not. My life doesn't begin and end with the existence of Bigfoot. It's something kind of fun to look into and do some research on. But I mean, to me, you have to have a critical mind when it comes to this. Either you believe everything or you believe nothing. And I think I'm kind of in the middle where show me what you got. I'll keep an open mind.
Yeah.
well, you gotta show me yours before I can show you mine.
Yeah. Now I tell you, this is what got me into Bigfoot. At night, I went to the theaters and saw, which is the Patterson Gilman film. Never thought about it until '81 when I had that one step out 5 feet from me. That is what got my interest. When you see something that big, that close to you, it's like looking at a freaking brick wall. And I'm telling you what, man, I looked it dead in the eyes from his head down to his toes. and they looked like a human, just hairy, except the face. Face wasn't there, didn't have no hair on it. But I got a guy from another Bigfoot group. He's in the process of drawing it and computerizing it for me before he sends it to me. So when he finishes, that face looked like from 1981. Considering I was going trying to see it myself.
Hey Fred, you want me to go ahead? You want me to share that one you just sent me?
Yeah, if you want, that's the one I over zoomed on, so I can't. I say it's if you look at the video and slow down to 0.25, you can see it stepping out from behind the tree, but I over zoomed on it.
I want to add to that too while Daniel's putting the picture up, Corey. I've not seen a Bigfoot myself, no, but Fred has, Cheryl has, and Steve, have you seen a Bigfoot yourself?
I have seen
I know
things,
you've
but not
experienced
directly.
it.
I have
Okay,
seen
well,
things move, but not to say that that's what it was.
well, I was just saying to Corey that I haven't, but Cheryl has, Fred has,
I never
and
got into this until I saw that.
yeah, and Daniel has, I think Daniel has seen one too, but I think
Oh,
that
cute,
it
Daniel,
changes
cute.
so much. It has
Okay,
what?
Corey,
What?
look at the arrows. Okay, you see that right there underneath the arrows?
Yep.
Yeah.
For that video, I got the video of it slowed down to 0.25. I had to look at it 8 or 9 times, but when I panned and I stopped, you could see it stepped out from behind a tree, its whole body, and look at me. But what happened was when I was turning and I was looking up, and that little sucker, I was on number 9 zoom. I over zoomed on it, and whatever this was, it stepped out from behind a tree, and it stepped back behind the tree, come out and come back. And you could see it move out and then go behind the tree. Because when I was
It's
going
got a vertebrae, it looks like.
when I was going from right to left, it was going from left to right. Then when I went from left to right, it went from right to left. It went the complete opposite of what I was doing. And I can make out a head, I can make out the hair, the eyes and the nose and the mouth and his shoulder. That's all I can make out. But it's blurry because I over zoomed on it.
See, to
If
me,
I
it looks roughly humanoid, but not to be so definitive that, like, again, if you showed that picture to 10 people, what's in this picture?
well they would say we don't know. Look, they would say we see a blur. But the thing about it is
Yeah.
when I was
It looks like a body though.
yeah, but the thing about it is
Humanoid. It does look
What
humanoid.
kind of body?
There is
Monkey, a alien, a Bigfoot,
yeah.
what? But it does look like a body.
I see
Well
it. Yeah.
well the thing is when I'm panning from right to left, this thing went from left to right. And when I went from left to right, this thing went from right to left. It went the complete opposite of what I was doing. Because if I was a tree behind a tree, when you think when I went from right to left, it would have went from right to left with me. And then when I went from left to right, it would have come back out in the open again. It went the complete opposite of the way I was doing. That's what got me. It's pretty weird how that happened. But that was the day that I baited those juveniles with the cinnamon rolls.
Did they like them?
Yeah, they left me a gift. They left me 2 gifts. They took 4 sticks and made a square and put an X in the middle of it with sticks. Then below that, they took 3 sticks and made like a cup and laid a pine cone in it. But when I was down at the bottom of that ridge, they were breaking limbs, rock clacking, throwing rocks at me to get me to come in that area, and I wouldn't. But you could hear them run up the ridge, and you could start hearing them chatter. Then I waited about 20 minutes, and I got went back up there. The buns went from this big as a frying pan, down the size of a golf ball. I mean, down to the size of a hardball, and they left me those gifts there. That was pretty weird, though, But
It just to me,
But-
when it comes to personal testimony, when as odd as it might sound, I base a lot of my belief, I guess you could say, that Bigfoot exists on stories that have been told over the years of people seeing them.
I'll show you the video. Let me find the video, and I'll send you the video.
And then, but I'm also thinking too that there's I don't know you, Fred. So just you saying that I've seen these things multiple times,
No,
I can't believe.
listen, yeah, I'll send you the video.
Like I said again, nothing personal.
Oh, I know that. But like I say, I'll send you the video, and this is what I want you to watch. I'm panning from right to left. That object will go from left to right. When I go from left to right, it goes from right to left. So it's not a tree. It's doing the complete opposite of what I'm doing. I'm going left, it's going right. When I'm going right, it's going left.
But again, like I said, I'm just talking about people that say they've had experiences.
Right, yeah.
Know them well enough or trust them well enough. Like I said, again, no, I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm really not. I just don't know them well enough where if they say, this is what I saw, I can say, okay.
Send me the video. I'll send you the video.
I mean, if like my wife, who has no interest in the whole Bigfoot thing at all, she thinks the whole thing is ridiculous and pressed on it, she'd say, yeah, maybe they did exist, but now they don't. If she came home one day and said she saw one, I would tend to more believe her, not just because she's my wife, but because she's not interested in it enough where she would make up a bullshit story just to tell me. Because she's not interested. She doesn't care about the whole thing.
That's where my wife is.
I've had 7 experiences over the course of years of Bigfoot research. I just can't believe those people because I don't know them well enough to say, okay, they wouldn't bullshit me. Again, no offense against people who have made claims of having a Bigfoot experience. But again, like I said, it's tough because I say that, but then I'll say I base my, I guess, belief that Bigfoot might exist based on sighting experiences that people have said they've had. So I'm kind of in a tough spot.
All right, I'm looking for the video, and I'll send you the video.
Well, I agree
Now,
with
what I want
Corey to a certain extent, but at the same time, yeah, I agree with what he's saying, but if you get to know people, but there's so many people, you can't get to know them all well enough to distinguish whether you respect their opinion and what they're saying or not. As I said earlier, I've gotten to know Fred well enough. I respect him and Daniel too.
Yep.
But yeah, there's so many, and you can't get to know all of them well enough to. I see what you're saying, Corey.
Yeah, it's just there's so many people involved in Bigfoot research who have made a claim to have had a sighting or multiple sightings. And to me, if you have all those people who have said they've had sightings or multiple sightings on top of that, wouldn't we know that they exist by now? If you
No, yeah, but no.
And 90, if you talk to 100 Bigfoot researchers and 99 of them have said, I've had an encounter and I saw one, wouldn't we know they exist by now? And the thing is I always think of is John Green. Everybody knows what John Green is, right?
Oh yeah.
Canadian author, has written a bunch of books about Bigfoot. He's been involved in this for 50 plus years. He's never had a sighting encounter. But yet you have people that have been involved for a year, 2 years. Oh my God, I see Bigfoot every time I go to Walmart. I see one. So right away, I have to kind of like be a little questionable about that. It's like, well, there's this
Well,
guy that's been doing it for 50 years. He's never had a sighting. You've been
you
doing
have you have to weed out the chaff from the wheat, and go with what you
Damn, I
like
got a
I said
bookmark.
earlier. God will reveal everything in His own time,
well that, and that's the thing.
and
It's all based on personal opinion. I've read stories of it. Oh my God, this is a bunch of crap, and people would say, "Oh no, it's true." But then I've read stories that went, "Wow, I think that's actually really accurate," and a bunch of people have said, "Oh my God, that's crap."
No, that does
So
that.
that's just how it is. It's all based on personal opinion. I've read some stories that I thought were really, really good, and I thought could be really true. And again, where people have said, "Oh my God, how can you believe this? This is a bunch of crap." So it's just that's why the Bigfoot research thing is such a tough thing because
well,
it's open to personal interpretation.
everything else is too, Corey. Either you like Trump, or you like Cruz, or you like Sanders, or you believe in global warming, or you
Fake.
think it's crap, or you believe in Jesus, or you don't, or you believe in hunting, or you don't. There's everything everywhere. There are people
Excuse me.
who agree and oppose, and you just have to
No.
look into it, decide what you believe, what you don't believe, and I guess you know
And that's
live with it, or go with it.
yeah, and that's to me where like disregarding what all the stories people tell
Yeah.
with no pictures, no video, no audio. Disregard all of those and go more with the pictures, the video, the audio. And I've looked at 1,000 pictures. I've seen hours of video. And none
Right.
of it really convinced me,
Hey,
But you
unfortunately.
can't get those people to stop.
I'm gonna answer a question that Cheryl had asked. After I give the best answer I can give, anyone else is welcome to share your thoughts and opinions. Then we're gonna go ahead and end this pretty soon. Her question is, let me go back to the question here. What would be the difference between a caveman long time ago to a Bigfoot today? Well, my my thoughts towards that is that there's no, even though there's theories, there's only theories, which I'm not even going to quote the theories, but there's no proof or evidence of a link at all right now. That's why there's a lot of projects and studies going on with, they're trying to link the DNA. They're working, there's new DNA studies going about, and not even with not Melba involved. But there's there's nothing proven on that. There's nothing to really state fact on that right now. Even though there will be a few that will say otherwise, but there's no evidence of it. That's how I look at it. Cavemen and Bigfoot. Um, same kind of goes same thing for the Neanderthal. I mean, Neanderthals were a type of caveman. But I really don't know. I'm not going to say there isn't, but I'm not going to say I don't know if there is a connection, because there's no proof or evidence of that right now. I don't know if you guys can speak your thoughts or opinions on that.
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah,
Okay. Hey, Corey, what's your last name?
Larry.
Mallory.
Huh? What?
Fred, he's on my friends list. Go there.
And
No,
I'm friends
no.
with you too, Fred.
What's your last name?
Allery.
Harry.
Allery.
A-L. Okay.
Alarie.
Yeah,
A-L-A.
I put on the live chat for it.
Yeah, we're friends. I friended you on Facebook a few days ago, so I'm there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's one of my friends too.
Yeah, I'm friends
Um,
with everybody.
All
yeah.
right, now. All right, I'm going to send you the video. It's only 4 seconds long, but when you get it, slow it down to 0.25.
Okay.
And you will see when I'm panning left, it's going right. Look at it. It'll take you about 5 or 6 times to look at it before you realize what you're looking at. Because that's what I had to do. All right, let me go here.
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
I was just gonna say, Steve, I would like to friend you too, if you don't mind. Um, what's your full name? What's your Facebook name, or I'll give you mine, either one.
My last name, my first name is Steve, with a B-E, and the last name is Peck, P-E-C-K.
P-E-C-K?
Yeah, Steve and Corey, I try to add you in a group because Bono was trying to add you guys in there, but his phone was having issues. I was trying to add you into Bigfoot, Bono's Bigfoot Tavern, unless
I
you
got
already
it,
got.
I'm in there.
Oh, you are okay.
Yeah, I friended him, and I think he did add me to the tavern. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he seemed like he was having issues earlier, and I tried to do it when I entered in the name to add in, it wouldn't pull nothing up, so I assumed you guys must have been in
Yeah,
there. So.
I didn't go to him yet, but
Oh, I added you. You're in there,
Steve.
Leo. I added you in there, Leo, earlier.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And Steve, your last name is Peck,
Yes.
P-E-C-K. My
Yep.
last name is Pelt, P-E-L-T. So that's also a 4-letter, not often heard of last name.
Hey, I went to school with a kid with the last name Peck. I think his name was Sean. Yeah, his name was Sean Peck. Yeah, well, he was a little older than me. He was in a couple grades above me, but I don't know. He was a tall kid. Yeah, I don't know if there's any relation in that.
Well,
I wouldn't know. I don't know that kind of family.
Okay, but thanks, Steve. I will friend you, or you friend me, or we'll do that.
No problem.
I would appreciate that.
Cool.
Hey, yeah, if you guys could try to gather up, work on, help me gather up some skeptics and non-believers to add to the panel, or if we could get them to watch, tune in live, and then get them to interact through the live chat, I think that would be awesome. Because we get a lot of good discussions from what we get asked, or things get brought up through the live chat, and just from us in general, we get some good stuff. So, yeah, if you guys,
I don't. Anyway, well, my cousin Beth, who we're planning to go to the camp out in May.
Yeah.
Very interested in Bigfoot, and she knows some. And she goes and looks up and anything and everything and whatever. But I'd like to get her on one night because she has a lot of questions.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah.
But yeah, because she asks me questions a lot, and I tell her what I know from what I've seen and heard from you all, and from whatever. But I want to get Beth. I tried to get her on last night on Fred. Daniel, when your computer went kaplowy.
Yeah,
But she already had other things going. But I want to get Beth. She has some good questions, and she's smart enough that it's not. She can ask a good, intelligent question.
Right.
Yeah, that would be a good topic.
So I'm gonna try to get her on.
Yeah. Yeah, because we'll try to set this up for Saturday again. We'll try to see if we can set this up for next Saturday. Maybe start an hour earlier, 7 o'clock. Maybe I wonder if that might be a little bit better for other viewers.
On a Saturday, 7 would probably be fine.
Okay, yeah, because Friday night I'm gonna try to reschedule Dorian Fisher from the Crypto Crew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 'cause, yeah, I know there was a lot of people. I know I had people messaging me asking me what's going on. She had a crap load of people that were messaging her. She said her messenger was blowing up, asking her what happened, what's going on. So yeah, I think they were expecting a lot of people on that one. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you get it?
she's pretty well known. She's been around quite a while, so.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get it, Corey?
Yeah, I got the link. I'll watch it. Yep.
So yeah, right now Durant, like I said, I'm gonna reschedule. I actually already changed the date under my list of upcoming events on my YouTube channel. So yeah, Durain is actually rescheduled for this coming Friday. And then Saturday, yeah, I'll go ahead and set up the link for Saturday, and we'll do that at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do like yeah, Bigfoot and like what were you suggesting, Corey, for a type?
Just Bigfoot 101.
Oh yeah.
Like, what basic questions do you have? Try to get people that aren't researchers who may be trying to get into research.
Right.
To ask questions. What's this? What about that?
Yeah.
What's this? What's that?
And well, that's kind of Fred and Daniel kind of do that to a certain extent in their shows. I will tell my cousin Beth now to reserve, and if we could get her on, if not on the live stream, to at least get in and ask some questions. Because she knows some, but she still has questions too.
All right, yeah.
And like
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She's intelligent, and she's wanting to learn. You know.
And that's good, because I know for me, I like helping new folks with their questions and what's this, what's that, what about this, what do you think about that? I like doing that. I enjoy doing that, actually.
And if you think about it, you know, when you help somebody out, like I was talking to a young kid at work, you know, and you know he asked a couple basic things, and I explained to him, you know, I said Bigfooting, you know, researching it's not about just getting in the woods and going scouting around. It's more to it than that. If you really want to understand and really get into, you know, be serious about it, there's a lot of affiliated topics that we got to be looking into, studying and researching, and you know, even though they don't always make sense, they actually all play a role, you know, key role in a lot of it. You know, Native Americans, our history here in our own country.
Oh, Native Americans are the greatest resource.
You want to know a fact about them? Not all of them are actually native to this country. Even though they were here before us, they were not originally native to this country. A lot of them originated from out of Asia and Europe, which are they're Euro-Asians.
Yeah, but they were here way before us Europeans.
Actually, the
came.
Vikings were the first one here.
Well, I know that. I'm a Viking.
And some of them actually said, yeah, because even if you look into the history, when it says, yes, when some of the other Euro-Asians came here, there was some people already here, so that might have been some of the Vikings that actually turned into, you know, settled in and became native.
Yep.
You know.
Assimilated.
Yeah, and a lot of them came over. If you read, it says the Bering Strait, which is, I believe, referring to around with the Bering Bridge, and some of them came over and settled in here.
The Bering Land Bridge.
Right.
From China or that back end of Asia.
Right.
Yes. And, well, there was a lot of people, yes, the Vikings, the Spanish, and Asians through thousands of years that came and assimilated. Maybe part died out, maybe part lived on.
Yeah,
We
because
don't exactly know.
on special DNA studies done on Native Americans, I know when there was a certain study going on that when the DNA results were coming back, they were very unique. They were different, and when they learned that they weren't, some of them weren't actually native to what they thought it would have been. Yeah, they were coming back as Asians, which was very interesting. I'll have to try to hunt down that information. I'll share it with you guys later if I remember where I read that.
Yeah, I saw
Well,
some a few days ago
yeah,
about
but they were
Oh,
still
did you?
here
Okay,
before the Europeans and the Spaniards.
right.
So they do kind of, yeah, it's all a big kerfuddle, but at the same time, anyway, go ahead. What were you saying, Corey?
Oh, I was just saying that, yeah, that I saw that story on Facebook back a few days ago about they did some DNA testing on some Native Americans, Asian and actually Russian.
Yeah.
Up in
No.
there
Well,
as
that
well.
would also go with the land bridge.
And
Yeah,
the ones from Europe.
because you look at some Russian folks, they look like our Native Americans. The same kind of physical look to them, so it's who knows, but I think it all comes back to like with the whole Bigfoot thing, Bigfoot 101, is I think you need to research beyond, watching Finding Bigfoot. That you need to
Oh
look,
yeah.
you need to know who these people are, who's this person, who's that person, because when people bring up different videos and pictures and the Freeman footage and all these different videos and pictures, you kind of need, I think personally, you kind of need to know who these people are a little bit,
Right.
so you have enough of a background. So, because I've seen people that have touted stuff that's been proven to be fake as the real thing. Because
Yeah.
all they've read is one website that says, here's pictures of Bigfoot that this guy took pictures of.
Right.
Every other website says, yeah, that guy, he even said he faked them. So that's why I think the whole Bigfoot 101 thing is, and you can't bring maybe necessarily personal opinion into it too much, because if you ask 10 Bigfooters about the Patterson Gimlin footage, 5 of them will probably say it's a fake, 5 of them will say that it's probably not. But you just give them the basic background on it and let them decide for themselves.
I'll tell you what, talking about Bigfoot 101, has anyone here seen the After Hours show of Richter Riolo?
I've seen one of his shows. It's pretty comical.
Sorry, what's this one?
I've seen a couple. I've seen a couple of his shows. God, I've got the hiccup.
Oh.
I've seen a couple. I've seen a couple of his shows, and I like him okay in his shows. But I've seen him in another show or two that he was with somebody else, and it wasn't that great. But I like him okay as an interviewer himself.
Yeah. Have you got to see the one where he had Dr. Haskell Hart that we had on our show here just a few weeks ago? He had Dr. Haskell Hart and Todd Disotell at the same time. There was 2 parts to that. There was a part 1 and part 2.
No, and I like Dr. Haskell so good.
Oh, if you liked what he had to say on our show, it's Lael. Lael.
She's hiccuping.
She's hiccuping.
All right, lay off the vodka now.
Yeah, but now if you have not seen that, there's 2 parts, part 1, part 2. Go check out After Hours with Richter Riolo, and check out the one where he had Dr. Haskell Hart and Todd Disotell. They break down everything on the whole scientific DNA review and everything, and all the results and everything. And the thing is, on top of that, Todd Distel goes into a lot of deep explanation about a lot of scientific talk, and I understood a lot of it, but he broke down. He was explaining about Bigfoot researchers in general, and of course, the way Richter has the show set up, he puts up subtitles during the show, on his, on his show cover while it's being played, and when Todd's talking, he's breaking it down, and Richter actually labels it, all right, this is Bigfoot 101. Pay attention, and what Todd was saying made a lot of sense. And then Natalia Reagan, she's a primatologist. At one point, she jumped on and gave a few words on, or being a researcher, and it was very educational. And I think there's something. If you watch the part one, watch the whole thing. It's like an hour, maybe a little over an hour long.
Okay, you're talking about, okay, I know Haskell, and but the DNA dude, is that the dude with the mohawk?
Yeah, well, he's currently got his head shaved. He does not have the mohawk right now. He only had the mohawk during a few episodes.
I am inclined to believe that he doesn't want it to be true.
Well, let's put it this way.
I might be wrong.
He's a skeptic.
Might be wrong.
He does not deny that there is a Bigfoot. He's even went to the extreme. He's got a Bigfoot tattoo on the left side of his left arm. It says Bigfoot, and it's got a picture, a silhouette right there too. So yeah, he's like I said, he's not a non-believer. But he's very logical, and he does not try to.
I agree with that.
And he definitely does not try to discredit nobody in what he was saying. I think you'll actually agree when you hear him talk. So.
Well, I've seen him on a number of things, and I don't disagree with him, and there's just something about him that I felt like he was not you know what I'm saying, not in the game, not but I do believe that he's a decent fellow and ain't gonna lie about his work or whatever. But I will watch that.
All right.
I would love to see
that. All right, it's enough of the self-portraits now, Cheryl.
Oh, look at her.
What?
Hey.
It's just like looking at you.
She's a little redhead.
It's like looking at you.
Look, I got a picture too.
Look at that, 2 self-portraits. Mercy.
Her name is Mandy, and her is Sweet. And now she can go back over and lay back down. Yeah, I would be very interested. What, Daniel? What was the
I'm sending you the link right now.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you. I'll watch it tomorrow.
All right, and it's on your messenger right now.
Oh, I heard the beep. Thank you.
And,
I would love to see that.
And Corey, I'll send it in the group chat that I made up earlier for everybody on the Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see that. My thing is with Distel is he's a Bigfoot media guy.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen the documentary that he's not involved in?
Yeah, a lot of it's because he's asked and gets pulled into a lot of it. Is from what he speaks about some of that on that show that I sent the link to.
Oh, so I'd like to see that because he did the what was it, the $10,000 Bigfoot bounty?
Yep. Oh yeah.
And with Natalia, she did that show, and
yep.
The thing is, with the Bigfoot research, you have some people that like, this is my shot to be famous.
Yeah.
So right away, I'm a little circumspect about their uh, their motivation. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I'm just jaded. But
Yeah.
I'd like to see somebody involved in one of these documentaries that has no interest in the whole Bigfoot thing at all and has never done a documentary ever.
How
Yeah.
you gonna tell though?
Well, the thing is, like, you have Dr. Meldrum.
Oh, hey, wait, not to interrupt you, Corey, but I know another good one, Dr. John Bindernagel.
Bindernagel, he shows up in a lot of the documentaries.
Right, and he's he shows up with Jeff Meldrum. He was actually you know he's a Bigfoot. He's a wildlife biologist, and he's actually very well into the Bigfoot thing. But he also speaks logical. He's actually made 2 books about Bigfoot and research, and he actually he made his own book up on how to educate people on how to look and research for Bigfoot.
Yep.
That's pretty good, cool coming from someone who claims talking about what a lot of people say when it comes to Bigfoot tracks. This is one thing that John and Todd do not agree on. Because I know I've heard different stories from both ends. Todd will say, as far as the Bigfoot tracks and all them, it's not considered evidence.
Well, the bottom line with these two, well,
But John says otherwise. John says that is physical evidence. A lot of people will agree with that. So.
well, with these 2 guys here, one's trying to say they're a Bigfoot expert, and the other one says that he's not a Bigfoot expert. Nobody is a Bigfoot expert. The closest to an expert on footprints is
Jeff Meldrum.
It's Meldrum, yeah.
And Jeff Meldrum
else.
He is.
Right, but nobody. Yeah, nobody is an expert on Bigfoot.
And John Bignernagel,
nobody.
He uses his wildlife biology knowledge to put it out there to help people understand, research and nature and life itself to, kind of more or less pinpoint and break it down. He uses a few illustrations in his new book. Actually, if you watch, there's a part 1 and part 2 to his show with Richter as well, and Tammy Murray and Richter interviewed John Bindernagel in part 1 and part 2. So that's a good show too. I watched that as well. Yeah. That's something to check into.
I would just like to see people that we don't see normally involved.
Yeah.
In the Bigfoot thing, like Meldrum's a primate anatomist. I'd like to see somebody else who has the same credentials as he does, who's not involved in the Bigfoot thing.
Yeah.
See what they say. Because if you watch a documentary, Meldrum's in there, Nagel's in there. It's always the same 3 or 4 or 5 people.
What is the name? What is the name of the? Was it Haskell? What is the name of the fellow who is the fingerprint expert?
Jimmy Chilcutt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jimmy Chilcutt. He's a retired police officer.
Yeah, for the FBI. Yeah.
He took two prints. He took 2 footprints from 200 miles apart, 20-year difference, and humans have the lines. They run one way, and primates run the opposite. If one runs horizontal, the others run vertical. These had were slanted. He said that these were in between the 2, and without a doubt, there was unknown primates living in North America.
I wrote it down the other day.
In 1948.
Right in my book, which one runs which way. Here I got it right here. Humans on their feet run crossways.
Lateral, yeah.
And
horizontal. The other one's horizontal, vertical.
Right. Yes. Vertical.
Yeah. Now, 1948, the Army Corps of Engineers acknowledged Sasquatch as being native species to North America. And in 1987, they rewrote it and said the exact same thing. through the United States Army Corps of Engineers.
Yep.
But then the thing is, it's
Go ahead.
not. I'm trying to think of a way to word this. I mean, that's through the Army. What was it you said, Fred? The Army what?
Army Corps of Engineers.
Now, even all right, that's through the Army and everything. But the thing is, why isn't it not acknowledged through worldwide, the United States, nationwide?
It is.
Because you go ahead first, Fred.
It is. It's through the United States government. The military acknowledges it. And so does the rest of Congress and all that crap. But they're not allowed to say personally that we believe it. You know, the bottom line is the United States government knows that Bigfoot is a native species of North America. Like Washington State acknowledged Bigfoot as being a native species of their
And
state.
made a law.
And they made a law you are not allowed to chase, harass, shoot, or bother a Sasquatch. That is a felony. Oregon, the same way. New York, the same way. Now, if Bigfoot wasn't real, how come all of a sudden all these states started making these laws? That's a good question.
For one thing, I think that okay, we all know the logging industry and all of that.
That's what it boils down to.
I don't buy that.
Decimated, but
I can't buy that.
let me finish, Steve, and then I want to hear your but then I want to hear your response. Yeah, we know the logging industry would be decimated, but number two, if they acknowledge Bigfoot exists, every wild ass would be running out to try and kill one. And so maybe they are trying to protect the Bigfoot, and the logging. Do you get what I'm saying? If they don't tell us, then you don't have hordes of wild asses running out all over America trying to kill one, and you can still continue your logging. And so in the big picture for the government, it would be better to keep it quiet. Okay, and now, Steve, what were you going to say?
Now, this is just my personal opinion. We have plenty of animals on the endangered species list already. What is one more going to make a difference? There's no reason. That's not going to matter. It's not going to matter if we have another endangered. We can pass laws protecting these things. That's not. I don't think it's the government. I mean, that's just my opinion. I think there is an organization or more than one organization that has millions of dollars tied up in the research of these creatures, and they're not going to let some backyard bigfooter like myself or anybody else come along and make this scientific discovery, and they're going to pretend to be whoever they can and do whatever they can to bully or to snatch whatever they need to snatch to keep it out of the hands of the small guy. I don't see the government even wasting their time with it.
I think the government is involved, in my opinion, but I do agree with what you're saying. I do. And now Corey's going to tell us what he thinks.
I was just going to say that why would they even care? Why would they even be bothered? I've found over the years that people think that, the government is involved with covering up Bigfoot. also think the government is involved with covering up the Kennedy assassination and 9/11, and they're involved in all this different nefarious things. I think people take their preconceived notions, what they had before they came into Bigfoot research, and bring them into Bigfoot research.
Well, if
And that
you
could be
watch,
It's not
if
helpful.
you watch the if you watch the video part of it, you notice the explosions are coming from the inside going out as a building is dropping. You see the explosions. You see the windows being blown outward.
What you talking about? On 9/11?
All
Yep.
right.
That's where
Yes,
that was the other side of the building where the plane came through.
but
No, this was all the way around the building.
just as a
because,
About 8
because
floors below where the plane hit. All the
just
as
went
a
through it.
basic thing, this is what I'm talking about, Fred. You think
yeah.
that the government was involved somehow in 9/11,
Oh yeah, we know they
No,
are.
and you think the government
I
is
don't.
involved somehow in covering up the existence of Bigfoot.
Well, what happened was the World Trade Towers were sold to a multi-billionaire, and he wanted them to he wanted the insurance money.
But just again, just a basic thing. Like I said, I've talked to people in Bigfoot research, and the people that seem to think that the government is involved in covering up Bigfoot also think that the government was involved in the Kennedy assassination and 9/11 and every nefarious thing that's ever happened in the last 50 years in this country. So to me, like I said, people bring their preconceived notions into the Bigfoot thing. If you're a new agey sort of person, new agey hippie, invisibility, that sort of thing. When you come into the Bigfoot community, you bring that with you. And then all of a sudden, Bigfoot's invisible, and they smell like incense, and they're living in the woods. See what I'm saying?
Unbelievable and lovable. Yeah, and I don't agree with that.
Hey, well, Pokey has something to say about the government and Bigfoot. The
All right.
government, the government can't figure out a way to tax Bigfoot. That's why they won't admit to it. she's,
That's probably
she's only joking though. She said it
Yeah,
LOL, but it's funny though.
yeah, but that's a good joke. It's a good joke. Yeah.
But the thing is,
Um,
when people talk about the government being involved in covering up Bigfoot, one of the things they'll say is the government can't do, the government can't do anything right, but yet they've been able to cover up the existence of an animal that we don't know exists, and they've been able to do that correctly. To me,
well, we
just
do know that the government knows a hell of a lot more than we know, and there is a hell of a lot we don't need to know if we've got a decent government representing us, which we haven't had lately. But
Get that mop head out of office, and things might be getting better.
but um, we don't need to know everything. It There are, yes, if an asteroid's going to hit Nebraska in 3 weeks and it's 50 miles wide and big, okay, we need to know that. But there are a lot of things we don't need to know if we can trust the government we have to take care of us, and lately we've not been able to do that. But I don't think that the government had anything to do with 9/11. I
Who is
think that
president?
was Osama bin Laden and his
Bush.
Muslim,
yeah,
the Muslim Brotherhood, and that's just my opinion.
yeah.
Y'all can think, what you or whatever, you know.
I don't mean to bring politics into this because that just turns into a nightmare. But to me,
You're right.
the government's got so many other things that they're involved in and that they're interested in. Is Bigfoot really that big on their radar?
Yeah, or their agenda. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
the
right
government-
now, ISIS isn't big on the agenda, so
That's because we have a president that's a part of them.
You're right.
exactly.
But I mean, is the government able to do? You know, people think the government is inept, but yet they'll say that they were able to go out and do something that all of us in here weren't. Locate Bigfoot, know that it exists, and try to cover it up. To me,
Well, if they figured it out 50 years ago and just been burying it ever since then, maybe.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and end the live podcast right now.
Now that we've got on politics.
Yeah. No, it's all good. I just want
We need to end up.
Yeah.
Another Sunday.
Politics thing. I'm sorry, folks. I shouldn't have done that. That's religion.
Well, man,
Good night, Glenn.
Corey, I'm big and bad on politics too. I can talk politics for days, and I shouldn't
Yeah.
on this venue.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna repost the link, and I'm gonna redo the promo poster that I had for Doreen Fisher for the Crypto Crew. When I get that up and with the link shared with that, you guys could help share that around again. She's been sharing it around in a couple of groups too. We're gonna reschedule that for this coming Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then again Saturday, let's try to see what we can do. I want to try to see if we can get some skeptics involved or total non-believers whatsoever.
Here I am.
You know, play. See if we could. I think it's gonna be interesting. Play a little hardball. And see what we could.
I'll try to get Beth to come on. She's not a skeptic, but she is a little newer to it, and she has a lot of good questions.
All right. If she has a laptop where she can get on like this or whatever, or whatever device she uses, if she's never been on one of these, I'll try to get the link to her a little earlier. You have to find me a way to send it to her.
Well, we'll check in earlier in the day, a little earlier in the day, and I'll talk to her about it between now and then.
Yeah, the joining link, I usually get that between 10:15, 10:00, but I could try to get it on a little. I could get in here a little earlier, because if she's never been on here, her computer will probably need a plug-in installed, which that's no big deal, because if it goes through, it'll let you know if there's a plug-in required, and usually all you do is click allow, and it usually takes maybe 2 to 5 minutes, and then it'll proceed her into the prompts to get in here. So.
And I'd like for her to talk to you and Fred a little bit. She's seen your shows and stuff here and there, but she is if hopefully we can get there, we're going to the camp out, and I'd like her to get a little more familiar with you and Fred.
Okay, well that'd be cool. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think Saturday night show will be definitely interesting. I think we'll have a good discussion, good topics to bring up. Because I'm sure we'll have all kinds of random questions thrown at us, and we'll do our best to try to answer them. I mean, like me and Fred both quoted, we're not experts by no means. I mean, there's a lot we don't. There's a lot we don't know. I mean,
we are amateur Bigfoot researchers.
Now.
But y'all have a lot of information too.
But now, one thing that Richter does say, people like me and Fred were also considered glorified campers.
Hey, that's how you gotta do it, man.
But
nobody take you serious. You don't have a college degree.
Has Richter seen a Bigfoot?
Huh?
I said, has Richter seen a Bigfoot?
I don't know. He's a skeptic.
Richter is a TV personality, is what
Yeah, he is.
I
He
seen
said,
a couple of his shows, and they were okay. He was asking questions. Who was it had him on the other week? Him and was Richter and
Rick Dyer.
yeah.
what
Was
we
that
had,
you, Daniel?
what we had.
Yeah, that was on one of my shows. Yeah,
Yeah, we had
Yeah,
Richter and
Rick
Rick.
Dyer.
Yeah, Ricky
yeah.
Dyer. Ricky.
Daniel, I'm so sorry. I watched part of it, and I just couldn't go on. I just had to cut it off. It was such a melee
Yeah.
of ego.
and that's the thing with Rick Dyer.
You
He's
know,
another
Daniel,
person.
you know I love you, but it was just
Yeah.
such a,
Oh, I understand. I mean,
you
the
know.
thing is, they are entertaining, but at the same time, Richter says some good stuff, and I like to try to find a way to throw some entertainment into the podcast as well.
Oh yeah, but maybe if you had one and then the other the next week or something, but the two of them together was just,
Yeah.
and not that I dislike either one, but the two of them together was just a little too much.
Yeah, wait till sometime around June, probably in the middle of June. I'm not gonna say who we're having on here because I've already talked to him, and he's going through surgery. He's gonna be recovering for the next few months. So, but he told me to get him back in touch with him at the beginning of June so we could set it up. And he's very well known in the Bigfoot community, and he agreed to be on, but I'm not gonna say who till that time comes.
Well,
So,
thanks.
let's just
Now we
say
got to sit and wonder.
yeah, I'm just gonna say he's a cool guy. He's been around for a long time, and uh, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah,
Cool.
I've been
Cool.
trying to get people like him on for a long time. And then the other thing is there's someone else I'm working on. I haven't even gotten a response from this other person yet, so maybe it's a matter of time.
You have to get Matt Moneymaker on.
Oh man, yeah,
Oh God, no.
that would be interesting though. I mean,
You have to get Matt Moneymaker on because I want to know where the $90,000 he makes for the BFRO's paid expeditions. I want to know where that money goes.
Oh
well,
man.
keep in mind.
Man.
Keep in mind, he gave up law, being, he went through law school. He could have been a lawyer, making big money. But you know what? He gave that up to be Bigfoot, so he's got to make his money up somehow.
Oh man.
I would like to know.
Daniel.
I was actually
Man.
thrown off of the BFRO's Facebook page because I was asking them where that $90,000 went.
Oh, I got kicked off of there too because people they didn't like what I had to say. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, a majority of them are hoaxers. They're robbers, thieves, and they're crook. I mean, I just say crooks, and they're scam artists because I know a lot of people involved that were very big into the BFRO. They were members, and I'll give you one example. One individual it paid over $300 to attend an expedition 2 states away from him, and which it was down South Carolina, and something came up where he had to back out. They would not refund his $300-something.
No.
Yeah.
No. It just
That
I brought that up one time. They were talking about expeditions, and one of the girls that was on the BFRO page, she actually organizes expeditions for the BFRO.
Yeah.
Mentioning that she spends her own money to buy the permits for these camp out and that sort of thing. And I'm like, wait a minute, you guys are making $90,000 with this, and you're spending your own money to organize these?
Maybe we should go off the air and finish this conversation.
I don't mind. I'm speaking pretty blunt about the BFRO.
Well, I'm just making sure. I mean,
Oh yeah. I
know.
mean, for example, I'm not bad mouthing. I'm just actually pointing out some known facts. Like for example, here's another one. They charged between 3 and 5. If you go on their website when they plan an expedition for specific areas, like one they had up north where my sister lives, they were charging between $300 to $500. That's how it quotes inside their website. It varies between $300 and $500 on price for attending it. Now the thing is, where they have these expeditions, because my sister told me this, they had the BIGFOOT in the same location where my nephew has his Cub Scout camp house, and it does not cost nothing. So, think about that one.
Well, my where the $90,000 comes from was all. I talked to Matt Moneymaker personally, and like you said,
You
three
did.
to $500. $300 if you have your own camping gear and you've been camping before. $500 if they have to nurse you along. 25 to 30 people. This is coming from somebody who organizes these expeditions. They have 25 to 30 people on an expedition, and they had last year 15 expeditions. And doing the math loosely, keeping it on the low end, $90,000. So I would want to know, where does this money? And this girl was saying, "Oh, I organize them, and I pay for the permits myself, and I spend my own money." Really? What about this $90,000? You're spending your own money?
And you know what, the other thing that gets me, and I get ridiculed and mocked for having fundraisers and or
Trying to
whatever
scrape up a couple of $1,000 or something.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not. Another thing people point out on top of that, I don't have no degree in nothing. I have a high school education. I have a high school diploma. That's the highest education level I have. And the thing is, these other people, yeah, Matt Moneymaker has a law degree, but that doesn't qualify him to rob people for a Bigfoot expedition.
And it doesn't make him any more intelligent than you.
Right, exactly. Hey, you ever listen to hear half the stuff he quotes and says about Bigfoot?
It's on the hill.
Yeah.
Well, in a lot of the episodes, he states, "Well, Bigfoot does this. They do this for this reason." You don't know that. He's just talking bullshit.
But that's how he makes.
He's an expert.
Yeah, but this is how he makes his living off of the whole Bigfoot thing.
And the weak-minded fall for what he speaks. There's no evidence of what he says whatsoever.
Exactly, and I guarantee you that once they cancel Finding Bigfoot, they're going to be doing expeditions, and it's going to be in the headlines featuring the cast of Finding Bigfoot, and they're going to raise the prices. It'll be $800 to $1,000 to go out on one of these expeditions.
Yeah.
To me, it's like they say, well, we're the most scientific based organization. We're the best Bigfooters.
And
it's like it'd be
so we're going to go out in the middle of the woods with an entire marching band.
30 people. My thing is that if it would be it would be like paying for a hunting trip, where somebody's going to say, we're going to guarantee you're going to harvest a deer, and it costs $1,000. Okay, I'll pay that. But to these guys to say, we're going to charge you $500, you might see something, you might not. You're ripping people off. People who don't know, who watch the show and think, these guys are the Bigfooters. And they really not. They don't know any more than anybody in this right now.
The saddest part is Barackman and Bobo and even Matt. They do know so much. If they would go quietly out and camp a week, and just sit there and film and be quiet and whatever.
Well,
this bullshit of marching bands and all the other crapola.
Well, Finding Bigfoot is not allowed to.
So much.
Well, you do know that
What, Fred?
finding Bigfoot, the casting crew and the team is not allowed in any Virginia State Forestry now
Hmm.
because
Good.
Bobo and Matt tiptoed on some private property and made a show, and the owner found out about it.
Yep. And they did an episode where they said, I believe it was Connecticut. We're in Connecticut shooting our
Yeah,
episode.
You
They
said
were
that
in
the other night, I
Connecticut
think.
because Connecticut wouldn't give them permits to shoot. So they shot in, I think it was Rhode Island. And they
yeah.
said, here
And
we are again.
said it was Connecticut.
And I know the guy who guided them into the area. He contacted a buddy of mine and said, this is where we want to go. And they said, we're just going to say it's Connecticut. It's not Connecticut. We're in Rhode Island. Connecticut won't allow us to do the show there because they won't give us permits. We'll just do it in Rhode Island and tell people it's Connecticut. So that's why I think this Bigfoot 101 thing is good, because people watch Finding Bigfoot, and I've had discussions with people if it ever comes up, oh, you're one of those Bigfoot people. Oh, you mean like Finding Bigfoot? And then I have to spend all this time saying,
No,
no, not like Finding Bigfoot.
no, not like Finding Bigfoot.
No, it's not like, to me, if you want to do a good Bigfoot show, you go into one area for the whole season. And what happens, you base every other episode based on what happens. If you're getting a lot of audio, you focus on the audio. You move from, around the different areas and focus on what's going on. They're doing a television show. They're selling commercial time is basically what Finding Bigfoot is doing.
I agree. And that's kind of more like what Fred and Daniel do. They go in the same area all the time, just themselves, quietly, unobtrusive, unob- and that is where you're going to get your better stuff. Maybe it's not TV worthy, but that's where you're going to get your more truthful stuff. Yes, and TV is all advertisement.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
And
If you followed real
Finding Bigfoot is
researchers,
such a disappointment.
yeah, and if you followed real Bigfoot researchers on expeditions, most of the time nothing happens, and you couldn't